We're going to go live in a couple of seconds, so if I could have your attention. Thank you. Good morning. Céad Míle Fáilte. Welcome to the opening session of the Dublin Citizens' Assembly. I'm honoured and privileged to be your chairman for this most significant gathering of free people to discuss, debate and dream about the future of our great county and city of Dublin. Firstly, can I congratulate you, each and every one of you, for your commitment to public service by agreeing to take part in this Citizens' Assembly. I'm most grateful that you have made the time in your busy lives to commit to and serve a purpose higher than yourself. In the first instance, can I remind us all that our purpose has been defined by our Houses of Oireachtas in our terms of reference. And I quote, "A Citizens' Assembly to be known as the Dublin Citizens' Assembly with a total of 80 members, including an independent chairperson," that's me, 67 randomly selected members of the public, that's you, living in Dublin City and County, and 12 councillors, who we have here this morning, selected from across our 4 local authorities to consider the type of directly elected mayor and local government proposals in that regard. End of quote. So later today, we will elect a members' representatives for our steering group who will support the Assembly in its efficient and effective discharge of its roles and its functions. In practice, this group will assist with the planning and operational issues associated with the work programme and will be supported by the Secretariat, Art O'Leary, our Secretary General and his team, and our expert advisory group made up of academics and political scientists that we'll get familiar with during the course of today and over the coming months. Ireland is a leader in the deliberative democracy process. And before we start, I would like to mention 5 key principles that have served those who have gone before us in previous citizens' assemblies. The first is openness. This Citizens' Assembly will operate with complete transparency, with all prelim meetings being streamlined live on www.citizensassembly.ie, and all documentation, including submissions, will be freely available on the website. The Assembly is open to hearing from all sections of society on any issue associated with our remit, including our diaspora and young people under 18 years of age who are really keen to hear from and who are not directly represented in the Assembly and membership. The second is fairness. It's important that we allow a full spectrum of views to be heard by everyone. Our briefing material for the Assembly members is of the highest quality, and presentations by our selected speakers are factual, informative, impartial, and accessible. The third is equality of voice amongst Assembly members. Each member will have the opportunity to voice their opinions and allow other members voice theirs, with no one dominating the discussion. Fourth is respect. Members will respect each other's opinions by ensuring that everyone can make contributions and express their views freely and without fear of personal attacks or criticism. The fifth is efficiency. The Convention will make best use of our time together and ensure that members are supported to the greatest extent possible, including their preparation for all meetings. And all meetings will start and end on time. Regardless of it here, even if I'm missing, Art will take the chair and we'll just keep moving along because your time is precious. Sixth, collegiality. Recognition that we are a diverse group. That is our strength. We will work together in a spirit of friendship together as we embark on this important task for the City and County of Dublin. And for this Assembly, I would like to introduce and add a 7th principle. And it's a founding principle where psychological safety exists amongst us. In its basic human need, it is a shared belief that the team and the Citizens' Assembly is a safe space. When we feel safe, it is easier for us to engage, to speak up, and to share ideas. A safe environment welcomes diversity. It allows the Citizens' Assembly members to flourish regardless of gender, colour, race, background, or political preferences. The result will be a rich give and take experience where everyone feels connected and part of the Dublin team. So back to this weekend. We live in a VUCA world that's volatile, it's uncertain, it's complex, and there's lots of ambiguity. So our first job as an assembly will bring together order, shape, and structure, and develop a real understanding of how local government works across the city and county. We'll get to grips with the practical realities of the system and to acquire a detailed knowledge of the depth and breadth of services and facilities provided by our 4 local authorities. We'll do this in a number of ways. We'll hear from the academics, the councillors, and others in the political system, the local authority staff, the people of Dublin, who I hope will speak about their lived experience of local government in the region. When we are satisfied collectively that we understand how everything works, then we should proceed to do 3 things. The first is we'll try to articulate a vision for the sort of Dublin in which we want to visit, live, work, and raise a family. We'll look at international experience of directly elected mayors and systems of government in similarly sized cities across the globe. Finally, we will need to see what has to change for us to deliver on our dream for a new or different Dublin. As part of this element of the programme, we'll hear from many experts at home and abroad, from England, Europe, and North America, all of whom have very different models of local government and some that might be attractive to us. In every phase of the programme, discussion between members will form a key feature of our work. We should spend as much time talking amongst ourselves as we do listening to others. It's only by doing this that we can develop the expertise necessary at a practical level to reasonably understand and make innovative recommendations to our houses of Oireachtas. Our guiding reference is our terms of reference. And if we do our work properly, at the end of this process, we should be in a position to build consensus amongst these recommendations. And while there might not be unanimous agreement on the type of directly elected mayor or local government structures that are best suited to Dublin, all members should be able to agree that debate was conducted in a respectful environment and that we were given, and you were given, every opportunity to voice your opinion and that this process was scrupulously fair. And that's my responsibility to you. And lastly, from me at this point, can I just repeat that you should have no concerns about your current lack of knowledge about the system of local government. I can assure you that none of us has enough information right now to answer the questions that we've been asked. However, we're going to embark on a journey, on a voyage of discovery, and I'll be delighted to lead you on this journey if you come with me. In conclusion, as your chairman, my role is to ensure that every member is treated in the same way and given every opportunity to participate in the greatest extent possible. I would ask you to engage with me in that regard so that we can collectively be our best, delivering for the people who matter most, the 1.4 million citizens who call Dublin their home. 100 years from the creation of the state and the vision of the 4 founding fathers of the city, we've been offered the opportunity to make a contribution to the future of Dublin. We want to see the city of the 3 castles tower to its historic best, a landmark for excellence, innovation, inclusion, and community. We want Dublin to be a great place to visit, to live, to work, and again to raise a family. So, as we take the first steps on this long voyage, may I wish you all the very best of success I look forward to getting to know you over the coming weeks and months, and I believe at the conclusion of our work, we will have made friends for life. Gura míle mágad. So, to start into the programme, our first topic is, what is Dublin? And I would like to introduce Dr. Ruth McManus from DCU. Now, Ruth received a letter like you did, and Ruth put her hand up like you did to volunteer her services to serve a purpose higher than herself, Dublin City and County. Unfortunately, Ruth wasn't selected like you were, but she's been given the opportunity today to come talk to us about the geography of Dublin. So it gives me great pleasure to introduce you to Dr. Ruth McManus from DCU.
Good morning, everybody. I'm delighted to have got my opportunity to come here, even if I didn't get the magic letter. My brief is to talk on the topic of what is Dublin and why does it look and feel the way it does. It's a very big topic for a short presentation on a Saturday morning, but I'll do my best to give you this big picture view of Dublin from my viewpoint, which is that of a geographer. So from a geographer's perspective, the first thing to say is that there's no single definition that we can use to describe Dublin. And each and every one of you in this room will have a different view of the city and the county, depending on where we come from, what our own unique experiences have been. All of these things will shape our Dublin, the Dublin of the imagination. So if you were to ask me about my Dublin, I'd begin by telling you that I'm a Northsider, that I'm probably not a true Dub because my parents are both Colchis, and that I may have been born in Holles Street, but I support the Mayo football team. Sorry, Jim. Nevertheless, I've been studying the city and particularly its suburban evolution for many years. But my identity as a Dubliner and my understanding of the city and county is shaped by many different factors, and the same goes for each and every one of you. As individuals, we all have multiple identities. It depends on the time and the place, depends on who's asking the question. You'll describe yourself in different ways. You're not one single dimension. You're not just a postman or a footballer or a parent or a brilliant cook. You can be all of those things simultaneously. And in the same way that we all have multiple identities, Dublin also has many different facets, and these go far beyond that sort of objective definition that you might find in an encyclopedia. So, over the next few minutes, I'd like to think through some of the different facets that contribute to this complex entity, which is modern Dublin. This is simply a starting point, just some ideas to start the process of thinking about what Dublin is, why it is the way it is, and how it might be in the future. So I don't claim to have any answers, really. My role is simply to set the scene, and particularly from my view as a historical geographer. So this view of Dublin seen from space is a really important starting point, because from this perspective we can see Dublin in its physical setting. We can get a sense of its scale. Although this image clearly shows the human impact on the landscape, it's also a view which is unencumbered by the boundary lines that feature on maps of the city and county, which are of course imposed by humans. And it's also a reminder of the beautiful hinterland of Dublin, the natural hinterland, the mountains, the bay, with its importance as a biosphere reserve. So although our focus is largely on Dublin from a human perspective, we should also acknowledge the non-human environment and its significance. Dublin exists as a settlement because of the particular attributes of its location. I have to say that, I'm a geographer. It grew up on the shores of Dublin Bay, along the banks of the River Liffey, at a crossing point of ancient routeways. And those attributes made it an important point of access, and later one of the most important ports of Viking Europe. This relative location of Dublin on the island also meant that it would become a natural focal point for governing Ireland when the Anglo-Normans made their presence felt in the late 12th century. So from this time onwards, Dublin would take on a new importance within the governance structures of colonial Ireland, and Dublin Castle would take on a symbolic importance as a locus of power, which it has retained ever since. The way Dublin itself was organised and governed has also changed from this time on. So Dublin Corporation was established in 1192. The city government and its organisational structure retained that name until 2002, when it was renamed Dublin City Council, but many older Dubliners, myself included, still refer to the Corpo, and the office of the mayor was created a little bit later in 1229. So we have a very ancient structure. I'm not going to talk any more about that, that's for later on. But for much of its existence, Dublin was a very small, compact city. Even in the 17th century. This is Speed's map. I have to include a map again, geographer. It shows us a town which is still most densely occupied within its walls. I don't know if you can see out as far to the east as Trinity College out there in the marshlands, well outside the city. It was a trading port, it was an administrative centre, there was some industry, particularly in the Liberties. But it's really in the late 17th and 18th centuries that the Dublin we know today starts to evolve. The tourist Dublin, Georgian Dublin. Dublin experienced something of golden age. The old medieval town was reshaped into a more modern capital. And land was developed, particularly to the east of the older town. Private landlords laid out new streets and squares. These attractive areas of Georgian Dublin came into existence. Property speculation, fueled by the wealth of the countryside. So again, we need to think of these propertied elites within the context of Dublin's broader hinterland. And in order to reflect its power and prestige, the city was also being remade through the powers of the Wide Streets Commissioners, who created these wide, straight streets and new bridges to facilitate access, and many new public buildings were also erected, including the Parliament, the forecourts, the Custom House. So, like all cities, Dublin was constantly made and remaking itself throughout history. It was also shaped and has been shaped by forces outside of its control. So, the 19th century saw Dublin losing its parliament because of the Act of Union. It lost political power to a degree. It also lost economic strength and vitality. So Guinness, the breweries, the distilleries like this one, and Jacob's Biscuits are kind of relatively exceptional to that. So Dublin's economy struggled in the 19th century, and yet the city was constantly experiencing in-migration from the countryside, typically impoverished labouring poor, throwing themselves on the mercy of the city and its many charitable organisations. So these structural changes in politics, in economy and in society were reflected in the built environment. And most of you will probably be familiar with the story of the tenements of Dublin. So the beautiful houses that we saw in the Malton print were subdivided into multiple family homes for poorer people in Dublin. So people cramming themselves into poor housing. And these notorious tenements really became emblematic of dear, dirty Dublin. But not everybody who lived in Dublin was experiencing those sort of poor conditions in the 19th century. The better off were inspired by the new fashion for suburban living. Instead of staying in the terraced townhouses that had been popular in the previous centuries, the well-to-do moved out to new suburban villas. They had access to more space, to fresh air, to more pleasant surroundings beyond the dirty and overcrowded city. The process of suburbanisation begins in Dublin in the 19th century. It takes off in the 20th century, and it's one of the leading factors which shaped the city that we know today. It might seem strange for me to say that, but many of the city's current challenges can be traced back to problems which originated nearly 200 years ago and the attempts that were made to solve those problems. Now, when the middle classes left Dublin in the 19th century to the new suburbs like Rathmines, like Ballsbridge, Clontarf, later Drumcondra, they weren't just moving to what they perceived to be more attractive locations, they were also leaving the jurisdiction of the city authorities. So on this map, the very centre, the circle at the centre, sort of purpley colour, is the Dublin Corporation area. And all of the other colours are separate, independently governed entities. So by crossing the canal bridges, these residents crossed a boundary. They moved outside of the area controlled by the corporation into independently governed townships. All of these had their own systems of representation, their own services, water, sewage, even fire brigades, their own town halls, and most importantly, their own local taxation system. So Dublin was fragmented. Areas that we would consider in the present day to be really inner city areas nearly, were left to their own devices. They ran their own services. And rather than seeing coherent decisions being made for the city as a whole, the fragmentation of urban governance led to ongoing challenges. Similar issues persist around city boundaries to the present. And in the meantime, the corporation was left with the needs of this impoverished population living in the crumbling tenements. The better off were living outside the boundaries, paying their local taxes elsewhere, so it was hard to get the money to deal with the problem. It's said that these problems directly influenced the shaping of the modern city. That's for a number of reasons. First, the perceived solution to the tenement problem was to build suburban housing for the working classes. There was a lot of debate about where to house people, but people were distrustful of flats. The experience of the tenements of multiple occupancy was a very negative one, and the relatively higher densities, the higher death rates, and so on. So building on greenfield sites at low densities, 12 houses to the acre, that's 30 to the hectare, that was considered to be desirable, giving everyone a garden front and rear, their own front door, and from the 20s onwards, an opportunity to own their own homes. So these new areas were developed in the 20s, the 30s, 40s, 50s and beyond. They're the neighbourhoods that many of us identify with today. If I asked you where you're from, would you say you're from Dublin, or would you say you're from Crumlin or Cabra or Tain, Ballyfermot, Castleknock? These urban villages are an important element of the lived experience of the city. Until the 50s then, flats were generally only built by local authorities. People were living in semi-detached or terraced houses, low density. That was the established norm. And these new schemes, built during the 20th century by the corporation and by private developers, were generally welcomed by their new occupants. And there were many new occupants. Right through the 20th century, even though Ireland as a whole was actually losing population right through mass emigration. 1961, we only had 2.8 million people living in the whole of Ireland. The city of Dublin continued to be a magnet to people moving in from the countryside. So this is the Dublin that my parents came to in the 1960s. It was in search of employment. It was the largest city, the location of government, civil service offices, company headquarters, and it had this prime position in the urban hierarchy. That's something that has persisted and intensified. So Dublin is a primate city, like London or Paris. It's disproportionately impactful on the national stage. And it also continues to attract population. Now it's not just from the rest of Ireland, but it's internationally as well. I mentioned the impacts of suburbanisation. If we think about building large estates of housing at a density of, say, 12 to the acre, it's going to use up a lot of ground very quickly. So the rich market gardening land of North County Dublin, we passed through probably on the way to get here today, gradually started to give way to crops of houses. And the same was the case right around the county as the 20th century wore on. Once people start to suburbanise and live in these suburban areas, so too did jobs and services. So industries which had once located in the city began to relocate, sometimes to new suburban industrial estates, maybe overseas to areas where there were cheaper labour forces. That's also a time in the 70s and 80s of deindustrialisation and new types of employment and service industries coming in. So it's not replacing the manufacturing jobs, it's a new type of employment. And of course, when you have people living in suburbs and working in suburbs, you start to get really complex commuting patterns. You don't have everybody coming into town to the city centre. So radial, typical spokes of a wheel that we have our public transport doesn't really work if you have people moving between different suburbs. So it's very complex. And of course, shopping also began to suburbanise. In the late 60s, we had our very first suburban shopping centre in Ireland at Stillorgan. And this happens to be Stillorgan. I chose this image because the shopping centre is somewhere there in the middle. There's lots of car parking. And then we have all of these separate housing estates. They're sort of not really linked to each other. You can almost see where the lines were drawn between the different fields. They don't connect together. In the late 60s, we have the first of the suburban shopping centres. By the 90s, we see regional level centres being planned around or close to the M50 ring, Blanchardstown, Liffey Valley, Tallaght, Dundrum, and people increasingly depending on cars to access these places. It's almost inevitable. So people began to turn their backs on a city centre that was hollowed out, a location that was perceived as being less attractive, more congested, less accessible. If we want to get a really good sense of that shift in population, the impact it had, consider this. In 1926, 2/3 of Dublin's population was living within the central area defined by the canals and the North Circular Road. 2/3 of the whole population. By 1986, fewer than 1 in 12 people were living within that area. So Dublin had spread out and de-intensified, if you like. Now, that changed to a degree with urban renewal policies, and people did begin to live in apartments in the city centre from the 90s. But in spite of those changes, Dublin had already moved on a particular trajectory. And it's one which we see as a much more complex one. So on the one hand, Dublin continued to intensify its magnetic pull, a focal point for population and for economic growth. But on the other hand, that population and economic strength was being physically dispersed across a much greater area, spreading well beyond the formal boundaries into an ever-increasing hinterland. So I put this up to give you an idea of what starts to happen along the M50, this ring road, from the 90s on. It leads to the creation of what geographers term an edge city. So you have right at the edge of the city, along this road that's supposed to encircle the city, you start to see the development of all sorts of warehousing, business parks, housing for people as well, warehouses, all sorts. A new city being created at the edge. But the city centre also starts to compete internationally to attract corporate headquarters and tech companies. And what we see then in the city is a sometimes anonymous architecture of the IFSC in the Silicon Docks area, reflecting a globalised, footloose industry and the expectations of its digital nomads. So we create spaces that don't really seem to be specific to Dublin, but increasingly feel that they could be anywhere. None of these processes are unique to Dublin. This changing relationship between city and hinterland, the position of the city within its national, international, and ultimately globalised economic context, they're all processes that we can see across the Western world over the same time frame. Okay, so coming to a conclusion here. We've seen that Dublin has grown. It's grown from this tiny little compact town to an increasingly large and complex metropolis. This is one of my students did this. I actually forgot this was going to start animating itself. But if you can see this, the map that shows us, this is what Dublin was like up to 1940. It's still pretty small, and now it has just spread outwards and outwards. So it's always been a challenge to match the boundaries to the extent of the city. Throughout its period of growth, it has retained, oops, something funny happened. Apologies. Something just weird crashed. It's okay, we only had about 2 pictures left, but they were the best pictures, of course.
It literally just crashed.
Yeah, it just crashed. Okay. I'm going to keep talking and it will miraculously come back up again. So what we've seen is that Dublin has been constantly growing. It's continued to be a magnet for people, for ideas, for money and for power. It's a primate city. It's by far the largest within the Irish urban network. And its influence has expanded far beyond its formal administrative boundaries over the course of the late 20th and early 21st centuries. So the continuous built-up area and the wider hinterland within the orbit of the capital city has extended well into neighbouring counties and even further. The geographical impacts are enormous. They cause challenges not just for the city, but also for those areas. I think that's what caused our problem. We're going to see if we can. I think that just crashed everything. It was too much at this hour of the morning. So it has extended so far, but the geographical impacts are enormous. They cause challenges not just for the city, but also for those areas beyond the city which are increasingly under its influence. I've described an urban trajectory without commenting directly on the sustainability of Dublin's development. But we do need to think about what makes a sustainable city into the future. And that means the three pillars of sustainability: economy, society, and environment. We've seen that Dublin, like all cities, is constantly changing, and it always has done. And that change has been influenced by many factors, often beyond the control of the city and its people. It could be natural forces or external influences like colonialism, or more recently, economic globalization, the diktats of foreign direct investment. Power and economic wealth have often dominated those changes. From the influential 18th century families, the Gardiners, the Fitzwilliams, still names that we know from the streets of our city today, to large multinational corporations. But this Citizens' Assembly offers a rare opportunity for you as citizens, without such vested interests, to take a step back and to consider how our city might be shaped into the future. I began by pointing to the multiple identities of Dublin, its different meanings for different people. A few of us really see this complex structure that is Dublin on a daily basis. For most of us, it's a city of villages and neighbourhoods, a place where we live, where we work, where we play. And most of us want to encourage and promote those aspects of Dublin which make it a unique place full of character. In trying to understand the evolution of the city to what it is today, I've inevitably focused primarily on economic and societal factors which have been key influences. But we shouldn't forget that our decisions impact on all those who live here, human and non-human. Okay, this is the last slide. We've zoomed back out to look once again at the entirety of this space, of our corner of the world. I've deliberately oriented or not oriented this final image in the usual north-south direction, because that's a last reminder to us of the need to look at Dublin differently, to challenge our preconceptions. This assembly is offering us, the citizens, an exciting opportunity to consider how to shape it for the future, to create the best possible lived experience for all of its occupants. So I wish you every luck in this important work. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. McManus. What a phenomenal presentation. And I've got lots of questions, but we're going to hold them for the time being, because I'd like now to introduce a man that might not need introduction, but I know we have some foreign nationals who are made Dublin their home in the audience. So I'm going to introduce Roddy Doyle. Roddy is a novelist, a dramatist, and a screenwriter, and he's also a Dubliner. Several of his books we know that have made it into iconic films. His first was The Commitments in 1991, and my favourite film, and I've said this on several occasions, is Snapper. So it gives me great pleasure to introduce one of my heroes, Roddy Doyle.
Hello. When I talked to Art O'Leary just about a week and a half ago, when he asked me to come here, I was absolutely thrilled. Just delighted to be included in this. I think it's a brilliant idea. The problem, I've been thinking about it virtually, and virtually nothing else since, what is Dublin? And I think one of the problems with trying to define something is that it seems to exclude. I grew up on Kilbarrack Road. It's not far from here, on the north side. And those of us who grew up on the north side, given the choice, we'd probably exclude the south side from our definition of what Dublin is, for the crack, you know? Only half seriously, but we'd let it happen for a fortnight or so, and then we'd let them back in, pretending we're reluctant. But on Kilbarrack Road, when I was a kid, actually the photographs reminded me of going with my parents to Stillorgan shopping centre just to see the shopping centre, which seems ludicrous now, but it was one of the 7 wonders of the world. And 2 other places I remember we went to when they were being built, Liberty Hall, you know, and we stood looking at this thing, Liberty Hall, Ireland's first skyscraper, as we called it back then. And again, we felt so modern. And the other one I recall, for different reasons, is the American Embassy in Ballsbridge. We weren't emigrating, you know, we'd no interest. My parents were very happily living in Dublin, and therefore so were we. It was the shape of the thing. And I remember we were laughing, like my sisters and my brother and my parents, just as we looked at the shape of the American, like there were more than 4 walls, which just seemed ludicrous, you know. Anyway, back to what I was saying. Kilbarrack Road, which was a very quiet road at the time and is now kind of like a main road to the airport. But my house was in Dublin 5, and when we crossed the road, we were in County Dublin. And there was a sort of magic about that, you know, that you cross and you went from one place into another place. But I've got to say, I never felt any less of a Dubliner when I crossed the road. And there was a farm on the other side of the road. And the farmers, the people, the family, the Floods, they had Dublin accents. You know, and we must remember that there are and there were farmers with Dublin accents. But I was thinking again of my parents a bit, and again growing up, and the phrase or the word town. And I wondered, is that what Dublin's about? Or what is that people who refer to Dublin, the city centre, as town? That's Dublin. I used, will we go into town? Where are you? I'm in town. You know, I suppose then, I'm told, a friend of mine whose sisters live in Skerry say they go talk about going into Dublin. And again, I'm not suggesting that we exclude Skerries from our definition of Dublin. It's not a bad idea, though, when you think about it. Bit of crack again. But I think it's an emotional thing more than something you can map. And I used to be a geography teacher. I have a degree in geography. I love maps. I pore over them all the time. But there was one a couple of months ago. This is getting closer to the core of what I think Dublin is. A couple of months ago, I was getting off the bus, the 1:30 bus on Talbot Street, outside the Irish Life Centre. And like we all do, I said thank you. The woman in front of me said thank you to the driver. I said thank you. And I was stepping off the bus when a young man behind me said, "Driver, that was flawless." I don't know if you know the 1:30 bus. I mean, it's an easy route. I mean, I think the driver, he's one right-hand turn at Amiens Street. But for that second, he became Tom Hanks landing a plane with no engines on a frozen river, you know. It was the funniest thing. The driver burst out laughing. I burst out laughing. And I was thinking about it later as I was walking down Talbot Street, feeling so happy to have experienced that. Like, it was driver, that was flawless. 4 standard words that aren't slang, aren't unique to Dublin in any way. And I was thinking, well, you could hear that. It's easy to imagine that happening in Liverpool, for example, those of you who know Liverpool, or Glasgow, Northern English or Scottish towns, places where they speak English, big Irish side to it, and we can get sentimental about that. But I was thinking that could happen anywhere, really, but actually it couldn't, because they don't thank the driver in other cities. I thanked a bus driver in London once, and he looked at me as if I was a terrorist. He was really frightened. You know, was I thanking him because this was the last time he was going to be thanked by anybody? But it was just, so it is in its way unique to Dublin. The opportunity that young man had to make us laugh. I don't know if he knew the driver, but it was just the funniest thing. And as I walked up Talbot Street, I was just feeling so glad I came from the same city, that to a degree I shared the same accent, the same geography as he did. And Talbot Street, to me, captures so much of what Dublin and any thriving city should be, and struggling city. Because you're walking down, you've got Guineas on one side. If you're walking up the street, actually, towards O'Connell Street, you've got Guineas on one side and a mosque on the other side. Culchis and Arabs. The brilliant mix, which any city needs. And I reluctantly, or not reluctantly, but out loud, quite recently admitted that a big part of my job is just wandering around in Gawkin. I have an office, I have 2 offices actually, but they're only part of my job. And I think if I was to try and capture Dublin, my Dublin, I'd stand on Talbot Street because it's actually a work in progress and always has been throughout my life. Just when you think you have it pinned down, oh, that's the type of place it is, it defies you and becomes a different kind of place. And I think so much of Dublin is like that. Met my daughter in Kilmainham recently, and I was walking back into town along, James's Street, and again, a work in progress. Guinness's been there forever. And the Children's Hospital, it's like they're after moving, football stadium and plonking it in the middle of the Liberties there somehow or other. And it's an extraordinary shift and weave. And I think that essentially is what Dublin is to me about. It's the words, really, and the words that people bring into the city and people who have been in the city for generations keep and use and discard. And the connections between the words and the streets. And when I was talking to Art, I remembered a piece I wrote. I can't remember why I wrote it or who asked me to write it. It's very short and it's called Dublin is a Sound. And I think it's going to be no practical help to you whatsoever. And Jim used the word factual early on, that all contributions will be factual. No. I don't, as a fiction writer as opposed to a faction writer, I wanted to run when I heard factual because the word terrifies me, really. It scares me. So this isn't at all factual in a way, but it's an emotional response to what I think Dublin is. You can't map it, but I think it's a vital part of what you are doing, and I really admire what you're doing. So it's called Dublin is a Sound. I edited it a bit to make it less rooted in the time. I wrote it about 10 or 11 years ago, so hopefully it doesn't feel too dated. Dublin is a city of words. It has a couple of buildings that are worth leaning against, and it sits right beside the sea, even in the sea when the weather is rough. The mountains are near, but as mountains go, they're on the flat side. And there's the Liffey. It's Guinness's secret ingredient, but other than that, it's a bit of a disappointment. I'm not being honest here, I'm probably being stupid. Dublin has its glory, and in many meanings of the word, it is lovely. But I want to emphasise the point. I want to put down as my belief, Dublin is not a place. Dublin is a sound. Dublin is the sound of people talking. Dublin City is the sound of people who love talking, people who love words, who love taking words and playing with them, twisting and bending them, making short ones longer and long ones shorter, people who love inventing words and giving fresh meanings to old ones. The Eskimos might have many words for snow, but Dubliners need only 2. Fucking snow. In Dublin, there are many words for saying hello. Hello, how are you? How are you? All right, how's it going? How's things? How's tricks? There's the man, here's the man, how's the woman? What's the story? Story. Most of them carry a question mark, some of them even demand an answer. What's the story? It's an extraordinary question to be asked several times a day. More a challenge than a greeting, as if the city is shoving you into becoming a talker, a raconteur, a writer. You don't get past until you deliver a half-decent tale, something worth listening to and passing on. When I was a teacher and came across a gang of kids huddled in a corner of the schoolyard, smelling of cheerful guilt and cigarette smoke, I'd often ask them, what's the story here? They understood. I was inviting them to talk their way out of trouble. They very rarely let me down. I've seen silent children in other parts of the world. They terrify me. Dublin kids come with a buzz. I read a story recently written by a 15-year-old boy. The word buzz was in every second or third line, but it was never used in exactly the same way. The buzz, a buzz, buzzing up. It was like watching the creation of new life, limbs and features being tested and made firm. Not long ago, a group of young women explained to me what a house hatcher is. The term had come into a piece of dialogue they'd just written. He used to be a bit of a house hatcher, but he's more out than in these days. A house hatcher is a boy or girl, more often a boy, who stays at home all day, won't come out because he's too into the Xbox. The job description, house hatcher, might not have originated in Dublin, but a bit of a house hatcher couldn't come from anywhere else. I'm being sentimental, I know. Occasionally I've seen Dublin kids not talking. You can walk for days through the city without being asked, what's the story? But my point is this. Rents are impossible. Buying is more than impossible. We've been through a rough time, and we seem to be heading into a different, even rougher time. Dublin people can't afford to live in Dublin. People are afraid to breathe, to exhale. Something else will be taken away. But the people of Dublin will always own their words. And Dublin will thrive because Dublin is the city that never shuts up. And I've just one little idea, and it was my wife reminded me that I'd had the idea a while back. It's nothing to do with what you're doing, but I'd like to plant it anyway as a possibility. A museum of sound for Dublin. And I think it's I did a quick Google, and I don't think there is such a place. There have been exhibitions that have been devoted to sound, but I don't think there is a museum of sound. And to me, Dublin would be the ideal place for it. And I think there should be a room devoted to seagulls. Thank you.
Roddy, thank you for entertaining us so early in the morning, but what a fascinating perspective and insight into our great city and county of Dublin. Thank you so much for taking the time to put that together and to share your thoughts with us this morning. I have some questions, as I said earlier on, but I'm going to open it up to the floor now before we go into our round table discussion. And do we have any questions for Dr. Ruth McManus, for Ruth or for Roddy? And we have roving mics. I see one at the back there, yep. Table 11. If you could just maybe introduce yourself, please. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Maria Quill. I just want to know what the population of the county is now and how it's increased.
Hi, Maria.
Hi.
It's 1.4 million citizens. That's what we believe it is now.
In the county?
In the county of Dublin, yeah.
Oh, right.
The whole
That's
county.
Great, wow.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, we're just warming up. We have one here on table 2.
Hi, thanks. I'm Natasha, thanks. I had a question for Ruth about the Edge City, part of Dublin. That was a very interesting talk, thank you. I just wondered, is this a particular Dublin phenomenon, or is this a global thing where cities are kind of moving into the Edge City scenario? And also, I just wonder, is Dublin quite spread out compared to other international cities per considering its population? Because it feels to me, I've lived in several, international cities, it feels very spread out. And I'm just wondering if you could tell us a little bit more about that, please. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Natasha. Yes, Edge City is not unique to Dublin. We didn't invent it. The term was actually coined in the US, and particularly in the 90s and thereafter. So it is a phenomenon. As I sort of mentioned, a lot of the things that we see happening in Dublin are things that happen in lots of cities around the world. So yeah, so Edge City is not unique to Dublin, but of course it creates Dublin-specific problems as well. In terms of how spread out it is, I suppose it depends on who you're measuring us against. So if we go to the US, if you go to Los Angeles, I think Dublin is getting more and more like that every year. That sort of spread out, sort of losing a sense of, where is the centre? That's sort of a feature more of US cities, this very, very low density compared to, say, a lot of European cities on the continent, which tend to be denser and more compact. So we're somewhere in the middle, as maybe befitting where we are on the world map too. So we are somewhere in the middle, but we are lower density, more spread out than a lot of comparable cities. Yeah, for sure.
Thanks, Ruth. Thanks for the question, Natasha. We have table 12. Thanks.
Hi, how's it going? It's just in response to the answer to this lady's question, and I may not formulate this so well, but just I'm going to flow. Is 1.4 million the highest it's ever been, the population of Dublin? And if you look at that and the way, the cram tenements back at, 150 years ago, whatever it was, and of course, we see so much development in Dublin city centre, as you mentioned, including accommodation, then you see all these different colours that your students did, where Dublin's been sprawling. And one of the main things that's happened with that sprawl is the creation of housing. You just see housing estates everywhere, So I'm just curious, there's always a housing issue. Why is there a housing issue? How long do you have to build houses and spread out? Whatever about the density issue, just as a principle, how long do you have to keep building houses, spreading out, building upwards, whatever it is, that every single living being in Dublin has their own house and their own space? I mean, I know if you go back, similar to the tenement buildings where I grew up in Dublin, the tendency was the families were larger, whatever the average was going through the decades. I think now it's down below 2, right? It's 1 point something per family. So surely at some point you get to a stage where there literally is, and I was kind of saying that sort of a little sarcastically, that every single person would have their own, because that seems to be what the dynamic is, where a family would have had, say, 6 children or whatever in the 50s or 60s, that each of those children now want their own space for their own family or whatever. But I'm just curious, does it just go on eternally? It doesn't seem, 5 million population in the country, 1.4 million in a city. You just look across the water, you've got 8 million in London, whatever it is, you've got 30 million in Mexico, etc. How is it not achievable just to actually provide sufficient housing for 1.4 million people, given all the housing that we already have through the maps that you showed?
Wow, how long have we got? It's a great question. It's a very valid question. Yes, I believe that's the highest it's ever been, the population of the county as a whole. I suppose one of the things I've tried to show is that rather than being concentrated within the city-bound areas, it's spread ever further out, as you've said. Is there always a housing issue? Yes. The nature of the housing issue has changed. I've been looking at housing for a long time now. Why? One of the big issues is the fact that Dublin is constantly receiving more people. And it's the position of Dublin, it's this idea of this primate city, that the fact that Dublin is, there's an imbalance in the country that's created by everything being focused in Dublin. And there have been various attempts, a national spatial strategy, if anybody remembers that, and there have been attempts to try and plan the country in a different way that stops this constant pull to Dublin. But it's very, very difficult to go against those forces. And the problem is, if you constantly have people coming in, you've got to provide them with accommodation. And that's an ongoing challenge, which is also... Yeah, people do, yes, true. But also, you mentioned the idea of family size. So the household unit is getting smaller. So you might have fewer people, but actually more household units required. And what I described over the course of the 20th century, the standard was a 3 or 4 bed semi-detached or terraced house. So we created sort of all of the houses pretty much for the same kind of standard family unit, whatever that was. Whereas we've never really been very good at allowing for the fact that you have very, smaller families, you have bigger families. We just created very much the same kind of housing because, well, I'm not going to go into why because that's a whole other thing. But yes, it's partly because of this magnetic pull. It's the fact that Dublin is so central, not just for the people who live in Dublin, but for the whole island, that it is constantly drawing people in. So even at the height of mass emigration, you still have people in Dublin. There was one point in the late 1950s when Dublin Corporation thought it had solved the housing problem and it stopped building houses. Very quickly realised that that wasn't the case.
And do we know actually how many houses we have, houses, apartments, whether they're rented or whether they're purchased? How many actual houses and apartments do we have in Dublin to facilitate the 1.4 million?
We do, or we will do very soon, thanks to the CSO. We've just completed the census, so we'll have up-to-date figures coming on stream pretty soon. And that'll give us a really good picture because we haven't had a census since 2016, so our data is sort of a bit behind. But we will have, so I don't have anything here in front of me to tell you exactly at my fingertips the numbers. And you mentioned as well about development occurring in the centre, and it is true that we had a period of almost a century when there was, well, not quite a century, but 75 years, when there was almost no people coming to live in the city centre. And that started to change in the 90s. So there are more people living in the city centre, but relative to what it was, it's still quite low. And increasingly what we're seeing is a sort of a transient population in the centre as well. That's, again, another big, long diatribe I could go on, but I won't. Thank you.
Thanks, Ruth. Was that Peter? Is that from Peter or from James? Paul, was it Paul? Paul, thank you very much for that question. Yeah, thanks, Paul. Roddy, you've wrote so much about family life in Dublin, and you've observed it. Any remarks on the housing issue that you might want to share?
Yeah, I wrote a film script 4 years ago. I think it's a film called Rosie, about a Dublin woman trying over the space of 24 hours just to get somewhere for herself and her 4 children and her partner for that night. And it was based on an interview I heard on morning radio a few years before that. And what really, really struck me about that particular interview was that the woman was saying that her partner couldn't help her look for somewhere because he was at work. And it was an extraordinary thing to hear that this family that were behaving as, traditionally we were supposed to behave. Daddy goes to work, Mammy looks after the children. It was very old-fashioned in a way, but the bizarre part of it and the awful part of it was the one thing missing was a roof over their heads. And I think for a long time, I thought visually again that what I was seeing was the homeless problem, that mostly men, but also women, say, huddling up in shop fronts on Grafton Street, after dark. And during lockdown, then we saw tents along Henry Street. I don't know if people saw that, just tents along Henry Street. It was quite an extraordinary sight. But when you go to when you're wandering around and you outside hotels and you realize actually there's families living in these hotels, and they to me are almost like the hidden homeless. And it's a shaming thing. It's just we're living in a great country with we're one of the wealthiest countries in the world, really. We're reluctant to admit it, but we are. But we don't seem to be able or willing to sort this problem out. And it really, I think we should remember the early weeks of the lockdown when things that were supposed to be impossible happened. Roofs were found for the homeless. The divide between public and private health disappeared temporarily. the Leaving Cert no longer was vital. It could be bypassed, much to the rage of people, but yet it happened. And so much was suddenly possible. And I don't see why that can't be the case with the housing problem as well. You don't expect it to be solved overnight, but it's ideological, I think. It's a willingness to sort the problem out. There's an irony, I think, that in the dark days of the 1930s, 40s, 50s, 60s that we're now supposed to look at it, the horrible grey dark time when we were dominated by the Catholic Church, and you know, it probably was, but they were building houses all the time. One of the ones I'm really familiar with, St. Anne's Estate in Raheny, they would never build what they now call social housing or in that place anymore because it would be too valuable. It's beside St. Anne's Park, it's beside the train, it's beside the sea, it's got all these amenities. Oh no, you can't build the public houses there. But somehow or other, this brilliant estate was built there, and Kilbarrack, where I grew up, and a whole ring around the city centre. Like you could do this, and I really don't see why it can't be done. I could go on all day, but I'd only be repeating myself, so that's really as much as I want to say.
Thanks, Roddy. It's one of the fundamental, I suppose, areas that we'll consider for a directly elected Lord Mayor. Does that person have accountability for housing? Do they get elected with a mandate for housing, for example? Any more questions from the floor? Table 6.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Deirdre Donnelly. I'm a county councillor with Dunleary-Rathdown County Council. As Jim said, there are 12 of us here across different parties and across all 4 councils here in the Assembly as well. And I suppose my question is, it follows on from what Jim said. And first of all, thanks very much, Roddy and Ruth, for 2 excellent, very informative presentations. That was really fantastic. And my concern here relates to the question Paul asked there in relation to housing. One issue I would see quite a lot in my area and elsewhere is every time a housing development goes in, and there are thousands alone of units in my own ward, my own area, as a Stillorgan area, going in, and no talk of schools, no talk of facilities, green spaces being used and taken from parks and taken from where we could have facilities and clubs, waiting lists for schools, waiting lists for GPs, waiting lists as well to join clubs to get kids out from, is it home hatchers? You're calling them, whatever the word is, away from the Xbox and out. And I think there's a responsibility, if we're going to build lots of houses, that the other facilities are there as well, including public transport. And that's often something that's overlooked, and that's the mess that the councillors end up with 2 years after people move into new homes, because we get the calls and the emails about school places and about not being able to get into a GP practice or whatever. And I suppose the question really I'd have here is, a lot of these issues are central government issues. Councillors don't have a huge amount of powers, as you'll probably discover as time goes on here with our meetings. And the question I have is, what kind of remit or what kind of responsibility will a directly elected mayor have? Because if they're going to solve the housing crisis, a lot of the issues that are there are central government issues. A lot of the public transport issues are central government issues. So what exactly are we looking at, and what exactly, you know, if we're going to have a directly elected mayor, I suppose the question I would have is, being realistic, what kind of powers would they have? Because we need to know that before we can work towards that. Thank you.
Thanks, Deirdre. Question from Brian on table 3.
How are you? It's not really a question, but more a response that those issues could probably be dealt with at a planning stage, that if somebody is looking for planning permission for a housing estate, well, you can't build a housing estate unless you build X, Y, or Z. And as far as I know, planning at the moment is a local authority issue. So if the local authority is having some issues with those things, I think it might be within their remit to say you can't build X without that. And then, of course, you know, it goes on board plan or whatever, but it's possible to attempt to deal with those things at the moment, I think. Just, but I'm not 100% sure on that. So just to go back to a question from earlier on as well. that our remit is to try and decide what we think the best solution to the current problems are, and decide what sort of local government will deal with these problems in the future, as opposed to try and sort out the problems now. We're not here to fix the housing problem. We're here to select the type of government that will fix the housing problem.
Yes.
And so it's our decision. We shouldn't be asking the question, what powers will they have? We're here to decide what powers will they have.
Exactly.
Yeah, okay.
Exactly.
Thanks.
Yeah. Thanks, Brian. Question from table one.
Stephen's winning. Just sort of following on from some of the other questions, maybe this is something that you'll deal with later in the talks, and if so, just let me know. But are there any examples that we can point to internationally where they've done things differently to where it seems to be the same pattern repeating in cities all over the world? Or are there examples internationally that we can point to where they've arrested the problems that Dublin is facing? And if so, in the context of what we're doing here, was that based on, as the other speaker said, countrywide policy, or was it from a local government, and what was driving that?
Well, I can answer some of that. I might hand over to Art then. So, yeah, we'll be getting in on the session, our next session. We'll be inviting in some mayors from other jurisdictions internationally. That and there's a broad spectrum of how that mayor was elected, but they'll also share their challenges as well. We'll be hearing later on from some of our academics in the expert advisory group who will answer some of those questions, but I might ask Art anything else to fill in there? No, that's covered it. That's pretty much it, yeah. So we will discuss those issues. Thanks, Stephen. Table 2.
Hey there, this is Jason. I grew up myself in North County Dublin, Swords. And just taking it back to the question, what is Dublin? Talk a lot about what is Dublin in terms of the unity of Dublin regions, but I think it's important to consider the differences also there. So the question to both speakers is, what is your current perspective on the level of socio-economic inequality in Dublin? And what's your thoughts on where that came from historically and otherwise?
Yeah, another really interesting and really big question. One of the tools I use with my students is a thing called the HP Deprivation Index, the Pubble Deprivation Index, and anybody can look at those maps online. And they draw on census information to very complex data actually to visualize areas which are described as being more or less affluent, areas that are marginal or more deprived on various factors. So if you look at Dublin city and county, you'll see a patchwork of these different colours, a very complex patchwork. And that patchwork is the product of generations of processes and of structural inequalities in society. And I suppose if we go back to thinking about doing things differently and about local government and Stephen's question, one of the things that we've seen happening in Ireland, and this is very much a personal opinion, now I'm not sure if I'm allowed to have opinions, but I have an opinion. We have, I think, had a very laissez-faire attitude in our society. We've let markets decide to a very great extent how the city is shaped, and maybe have focused too much or allowed too much emphasis be placed on the economic development and the benefits of corporations and big business to the detriment of the population. And I better stop talking before I get into big trouble.
I'd add, there's a big, you know that phrase, who controls the narrative? It's particularly interesting at the moment because there's a lot of talk about working from home and hybrids. And as somebody who spends a lot of time in the city centre, we need people working in the city centre. There are parts of the city that are dying. I can sit in a cafe all on my own in a place that should be full, you know? So there is that, first of all. But when you listen to the radio and read some of the newspapers, you would swear that we were just one big homogenous middle class. A politician, I won't name him, it's the man, recently, or in the last few years, said he wanted to represent people who get up early in the day. He didn't mean people who are going to prepare the coffee for the people who get up early in the day and have to get up even earlier than the people who get up early in the day. And I've been working on a book with Kelly Harrington, and she was talking about her work as a cleaner in a psychiatric hospital during the lockdown. And as she said in her own unique way, you can't clean a hospital toilet online. You know? So I think a lot of Dublin's problems, and probably the country's problems, are caused by who controls, it's the words, who controls the words, who, you know, and it's entertaining radio, but you would swear to God that we were all one type of person. So I think you mentioned the word diversity earlier on, you're bang on, and we have to constantly remind ourselves of that. I fall into the trap constantly as well about, you know, what is a Dubliner? You know, to me, it's anybody who wants to live in Dublin, really. And even people who don't want to live in Dublin, but are stuck, they're okay too. But it is who controls the narrative. And that's, of course, the debate everywhere. You know, it's roaring, literally roaring in different parts of the world. So, but that's why I think the diversity of this group is brilliant. As long as you agree completely with me.
Thanks, Roddy. Table 4, please.
Hi, my name is John Walsh. I'm a councillor as well. Just thanks very much to Ruth and Roddy for the two presentations. And just a quick comment, I think a museum of sound is a fantastic idea, and particularly the seagulls. So I suppose, I think it's important that we look at the balance of power and responsibility between central and local government. Part of the traditionally local government in Dublin and in Ireland has been very weak, and central government has been very strong, and that does explain a lot, I suppose, about how decisions are made. And the other thing is, I want to fully agree with what Ruth said, kind of tentatively about the role of the market in terms of housing. Up to the 1980s, I suppose my day job is as a historian, and up to the 1980s there was really strong state support for public housing. Local authorities used to build homes on a large scale, and they withdrew from that from the 1980s onwards. And that's certainly part of the explanation for the current housing crisis. Thanks very much.
Thanks for that question, John. Just before we move on to there's two more questions back at the table 10. Yeah, it's interesting you mentioned that the councils had the autonomy to build local housing. A bit like Ruth, I am a Dubliner. As Roddy said, I'm born and bred in Dublin. I live in Dublin. My mum and dad are Dubliners. They're also from West Clare. They moved up to Dublin in the early 1960s. My dad was up in Dublin in *59 with his brother in Glasnevin, but they bought a house in a small estate in rural Dublin on the banks of the Grand Canal. And this village had a church, a baker's, a couple of shops, a pub, obviously, and that was pretty much it. And the name of the village was Clondalkin or Clondalkin. So when they moved, that was in the county of Dublin, very much a rural area. And I'm not sure, was it because it was a great place. I grew up there in Dublin, in Clondalkin, a great community. but the mishmash way of the way that village now was put together, you'd have to ask questions. Well, one, was a central government's problem? I don't know. You would hear that it was local authorities, potentially corruption, how the place is put together. So these are, I suppose, fundamental questions. Like from a central government perspective, I'm sure we'll hear from the academics later on. Of the 27 EU member states, Ireland has the most centralised form of government, I believe. We're at the bottom of the table, so in terms of evolving that power out, but there's a balance to be got, I think, as well. But these are really interesting things we're talking about, which this is where the rubber hits the road, really. Table 10, please. We have 2 questions from table 10.
Malcolm Stewart. I'm very encouraged with what I'm hearing, and I'm interested to see that a lot of people are beginning to voice their concerns and perhaps the reason they've got involved in this. But one big one is definitely, and it's a crisis, one big one is the housing, accommodation for people. I hear it every day, and sometimes you get this feeling that you look at, say, something that's happening in your area and you're saying to yourself, how in God's name is that allowed? And they give planning for things, and the next thing is they need the space for a road, and they start pulling down properties that are, built no length ago, and you say to yourself, are these gobshites or what's wrong? and you get frustrated, and then you try to be polite, and you say to yourself, do they ever engage in something called master planning? No, it's as if no. And they have a whole cohort of scouts out there. They're called councillors. But you know something? They get disemboweled somewhere along the way, and they don't get their voices heard, because the council itself is so powerful. It's nearly able to pick off their own scouts one at a time, and nothing happens. And then you get these ridiculous decisions. I mean, I'm thinking of a road in my own locality. Well, it's like Heinz 57 varieties. Every goddamn mixed up design you could think of. And you'd say, how could that happen? That's why I think it's a wonderful idea to perhaps bring in a bit of common sense and perhaps have a directly elected mayor who might have teeth. Now, you obviously have to protect them, so that you have to control them so they don't turn into a Putin or a Trump. But that's very doable. And that's why I think I find it very, very interesting that it's going in this direction, because it's felt throughout the room that there's something really, really wrong. So I'm just looking forward to the whole exercise.
Malcolm, thanks for that contribution and for your frankness as well. It's important, so thank you very much. Next question, please.
Thanks. My name's Nicole. I suppose I'm just curious in terms of where we sit along other European countries, but how much, I suppose, the socio-economic background plays a part in government and how, I suppose, decisions and policies are made. I know just personally, my partner works in the construction industry, and he's explained to me before that though there's rules in terms of for every, I suppose, 100 houses you build, 10% have to be social housing, that so many developers will turn around and go, look, I won't give you 10 houses here, but what I'll do is I'll give you 20 out of these 200 over in, say, Clondalkin or Tallaght, in these lesser areas. So I am just curious where we sit and how policy is made based around socio-economic backgrounds.
Yeah, well, I think we're stepping into which is great this afternoon. Dr. Breed Quinn is going to talk to us about who governance and how that power is distributed. I think that should answer that question, but we might hold that for Breed. And Breed is also going to talk just after lunch about the main strands of activity and planning and housing is on the agenda as well. I don't know whether Ruth or Roddy want to come in there or any of those responses. No, okay. So we're on to table 6. Table 11, yeah. Yeah.
Hi, thank you. Rachel Batten. I suppose one of the key things that I see as a concern even before we start into discussing matters is the people participating in the room. I suppose the point that Ronnie made is, yes, there's people getting up earlier than the earlier people that are cleaning the toilets and making the coffee and in the retail shops. And I suppose the nature of this assembly really restricts a whole cohort of people participating in it, because those people don't have an option to take a full day Saturday and Sunday. They're either working, they're sharing childcare between people. So what I want to know, and how do we capture that huge key of audience that aren't in this room, because it's simply not feasible for them to be in this room.
Yeah, so we have, thanks, Rachel. We have appeals to people to make submissions, but will that land with those who are working so early in the morning? Probably not. It's something that we do need to consider as a group, and we will have a steering group elected later on, so we're all ears. And I'd be interested to hear, probably even from the councillors who at a local level, how, yeah, yourself, how we could engage with those. But it's a really important point, yeah, those people who can't, just don't have the time. We're going to wrap it up very shortly because we need to get into our discussions, but I do want to keep it moving on. Just so those people, sorry, Brian, who haven't spoken before, so table 6.
Good morning. I just wanted to... Can you hear me, yeah?
Yeah,
oh, sorry,
thanks.
Dublin has a great culture. And we're not talking about the culture of Dublin. And part of the culture in housing is that most people like to live where they grew up. And that causes a lot of overbuilding of places that people don't want. And I think you need to look at satisfying the cultural need of the Dublin people.
Thanks for that. So your name is?
Frank, sorry.
Frank, thank you, Frank. Thank you very much. Roddy, anything on that?
Not really. I don't know what... It is true. I mean, I grew up in Kilbarrack, and I taught in the Greendale Community School in Kilbarrack for 14 years. And I'm involved in the local football team, Kilbarrack, and I live 4 kilometres away. And a lot of the people who were involved in the football team played football for the team and now run the team. And a lot of them have stayed in the area. And there's that definite wish, I think, to remain in the area you grew up. Whether it's a right or not, I don't know. But certainly I felt when I was a kid, I always remember there's the railway bridge in Clontarf, and you come up, you know, and at the time, a lot of the land that's there has been taken back from the sea or robbed from the sea or whatever. When you came under the railway bridge, the sea was there immediately, and I always felt that rush, that emotional rush home, even though it was another bit distance to home. And I think isn't that the type of place you would want to create, where everybody turns a corner within the bigger city and feels home, you know? I don't know if that's what you're talking about, Frank, but it's, yeah, and then, of course, like, we've got Dubliners who came from thousands of miles away. You know, and the Vikings in the first place. If it hadn't been for the Vikings getting in the boats and coming here, we wouldn't be talking here anyway, you know. So I think that mix is what you want, you know, somehow or other.
Okay, so I have one final question, if I may ask, and it relates to, Roddy, I suppose, sometimes there's a perceived divide within Dublin, and those from outside our county borders, even from a sporting perspective, would like to see us not divided in 4, but divided in 24 with our postal districts. But my answer to that was always, like, the Vikings came in 78 AD, so we've always had the biggest population on the island, and we have them on the All-Ireland every year. But I used to bring the Dublin team to the Gibson Hotel, which is on the banks of the Liffey, to try and, you know, bring the guys from the south side, north side, and the west together. Any thoughts on your perspective of the totality of Dublin and that perception of south side, north side?
It's great. The idea, when you look at the reality of the Liffey, now down at the Gibson, it's quite wide and it's kind of impressive. But when you go further up, it's like you could lean across the Liffey, really. So I think there's a comic element to the idea that we divided the city into north and south, and I think it's to the detriment of the west.
Yeah.
It's not literally unmapped, but it often feels unmapped, that it doesn't get a look in. You're either a north sider or a south sider, so there's that. So again, in recent years, I've had to kind of shake my own picture of what Dublin is or what it looks like, you know. But I think that's where the centre of Dublin becomes vital, because I've been to Los Angeles and I don't get it. And people say, oh, it's brilliant, it's great. You can't go for a walk in Los Angeles. There's, you know, the pavements disappear, or there's signs saying they'll shoot you if you walk on the grass. It's, you know, it's hostile in many ways. And you go in, there's nobody on the streets, and you go into a shop and it's packed, and you're trying to figure out, how did that happen? How did they do this, you know? And, you know, luckily in Dublin, we've got the freedom of the place, and I think the centre is the vital thing. It is a sprawling city, for better or for worse, you know, but it's the centre, to me, has to remain somehow a magnet, a place where people go because they want to go there. It's you know, for those who live on the periphery of the city, it should be a great joy or an adventure to go into the city and just to feel that affection towards the city, you know. And I think there's great stuff in the centre of the city, but there's an air of decay about it at the moment. It may be true of every city coming out of lockdown, I don't know, but it's kind of warped at the moment. There's an awful lot of hotels being built, and you wonder, again, we're talking about housing, how many hotels do you need? I mean, I could go on, and I know opinions aren't supposed to be expressed or whatever.
Oh, please express them. That's what we want. We want people's opinions.
Yeah, there's no such thing as a neutral anyway, you know. So I love the divide between north and south. I think it's great. It's really, and my dad came from Tala, and my mother came from Terranure. So actually, I've never told anybody that.
Your secret's out, Roddy.
Yeah. He reveals.
So we're going to go into our roundtable discussion now, up to 11:30. And before we do that, I would like to thank Dr. Ruth McManus from DCU for giving Ruth's presentation on Dublin a geography, and for Roddy Doyle and his presentation on Dublin as a sound. My key two takeaways from Ruth's presentation was that you mentioned about the 18th century, Ruth, that Dublin was constantly made and remade itself throughout its history. Well, it continues to make and remake itself, and we're living in that history. And for Roddy, my key takeaway was that, and I remember this the next time I'm getting the bus into town, and I work in the city centre, is driver, that was flawless. So please, ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Ruth and for Roddy. And Ruth, Roddy, you're very welcome to stay with us for as long as you'd like. This is an open session. Your opinions have been really welcomed by the floor. It's a great start to the Assembly. Keep expressing your opinions. We'll now leave you alone to have a discussion amongst yourselves, and we'll have coffee at 11:30. Thank you. Great to hear the chatter. Roddy will be very impressed hearing all the talk in the room. Good to see the biscuits and the pan au chocolat, they're all empty, they're all gone, and the coffee and tea pots are empty, so that's a really good sign. Our next session now is on local government. And before I introduce the speakers, I'd like to welcome our expert advisory group on local government systems. And we have Dr. A. Quinlivan from University College Cork, Professor Derek O'Brien from Dublin City University, and Dr. Breed Quinlivan from University Limerick. A round of applause, please. And we have a deliberative democracy specialist in Dr. Jane Souter from Dublin City University, who's at the end of the hall. Thank you, Jane. A round of applause as well, please. I found our specialists in local government and deliberative democracy, I found our four experts very useful to me in a very short space of time. So I would encourage you to, at a coffee break, by the water cooler, any moment you can get to speak with Derek, Breed, and Jane, and you know, be curious about your thoughts on either deliberative democracy or on local authority and how it works. They have all the answers, and we're going to learn from them. And by the end of this process, we want to become experts in this area, not as qualified as the doctors and professors we have in the room, but certainly we want to have a really deep understanding to make the decisions that we got to make. So I do really encourage you to engage as best you can with our EAG. First up then, we have a broad introduction and overview of the current arrangements, really how did we get here. So it gives me great pleasure to introduce you to Dr. A. O'Quinlivan and Professor Derek O'Brien. Thank you.
Good morning to everybody. It is a pleasure to see you all, and I wish you well for your deliberations over the coming months as part of the Dublin Citizens Assembly. As Jim indicated, what I propose to do for the next 12 minutes or so is to give you a broad overview of the local government system in Ireland. Derek will then talk to you more specifically about arrangements in Dublin. And in the afternoon at 4 o'clock, I think, we have a session where we can delve a little deeper into some of the issues raised and have a Q&A session as well. To start with the cover slide here, many academic writers have referred to local government in Ireland as the Cinderella of our political system. And what they are getting at here is the notion that local government is undervalued and underappreciated, and that it has suffered undeserved neglect over the years. I think all of this is true, by the way, but there is also an optimistic element to the story, of course, in terms of Cinderella being lifted from obscurity to a position of power and significance. And I will return to this optimism at the end of my presentation. So, structurally, the system of local government in Ireland is quite straightforward. We have a single-tier system with 31 local authorities. So within this system then there are 3 city councils in Dublin, in Cork and in Galway. There are combined city and county councils in Waterford and Limerick. In other words, the city and county councils there have merged. And then we have 26 county councils, 3 of which are in Dublin. We are unusual then in Europe in not having a lower tier of local government at the town or municipal level. So in 2014, we abolished our town councils. And comparatively speaking, we have very little local government in Ireland, very few councils and very few councillors. So to put that in perspective, since the end of the 19th century, we have reduced from over 600 councils down to 114, and since 2014, now down to 31. So with the abolition of town councils in 2014, understandably, the number of councillors also fell. So we went from 1,627 down to 949 across the country. So our ratios in terms of councils to citizens, and indeed councillors to citizens, are large. And you can argue that our system over the years has become less and less local, which of course is an important concept in local government. And there is a link here to a newspaper article on the right that I wrote in 2019 about this, which we can of course share with you. Another aspect where we differ from the norm is that local government, though recognised in our constitution, is not protected in our constitution. So in 2013, the Council of Europe slammed Ireland for its lack of constitutional protection for subnational government and claimed that it was indicative of a fundamental lack of respect for local government. So, for example, that same year, 2013, you might recall, it was not possible to abolish Seanad Éireann, arguably a marginally relevant, elitist and indirectly elected institution. It could not be abolished without reference to the people by way of a referendum. Yet a year later, a whole tier of local democracy and 80 directly elected councils were abolished with no reference to the people. So I refer back to the idea of Cinderella and basic neglect. Turning to local elections, we have a 5-year cycle, and local elections are held on the same day as European Parliament elections, and often a referendum is thrown in as well for good measure. The safeguarding of these elections every 5 years is in the Constitution since 1999. Prior to that, central government postponed local elections on 15 occasions, another sign of lack of respect. The last local elections in 2019 only had a 50% turnout across the country. The next elections will be in 2024 and of course might mark the first contest for a directly elected mayor in Dublin. Unfortunately, Dubliners did not vote in any great numbers in 2019. The lowest turnout in the country was in Tallaght at 26.9%. Blanchardstown, Mulhuddart recorded a figure of 30%, and the overall turnout across Dublin was disappointing, with only 2 electoral areas out of 31 reaching the national average of 50%. The number of seats, by the way, on our councils is determined by central government, and there is an argument that city and urban areas generally are underrepresented. Lord mayors in the cities or mayors in the counties are elected annually from amongst the councillors themselves. For example, Fingal County Council has 40 elected members. Every year they elect a new mayor, and the current incumbent is Councillor Shana O'Rodig. And the mayoralty currently is largely a ceremonial role. In the months ahead, of course, you will be discussing changing to a model of a mayor elected directly by the people for a 5-year term of office and with a range of powers that extend beyond the ceremonial. Speaking of which, historically, Irish local authorities have been responsible for a very narrow range of functions, with only minor responsibilities in areas like education, health, transport, policing, and tourism. In other words, in Ireland, central government does a lot of things which in most other countries are left to the local councils. As such, our system is highly centralised. We usually rank 38 out of 39 in the International Local Autonomy Index, battling it out with Moldova for the dishonour of having the least autonomous local government system. The transfer of powers and functions from central government to local government in Dublin is a major part of your brief. Inevitably, this links to finance. To put it simply, as a country, we do not invest much money into the local government system. If you look at local government spending as a percentage of total governmental spending, it is typically around 8%. The European Union average is 23%. In Denmark, it is 64%. In the post-2008 recession, local government suffered more than any other part of the public sector, losing a quarter of its staff and seeing its budgets decimated, and it has not fully recovered from that position. Individually then, local authorities are funded through a combination of central government grants and local sources. Sources of local revenue are low by international standards, but are increasing, and a local property tax is part of that story. Clearly, the autonomy of local government is enhanced if it has more control of its own revenue streams. Also, the devolution of functions from central to local government cannot be divorced from a conversation about finance. I want to finish on the internal workings of the system, an important topic in light of the purpose of this assembly. Our councillors are part-timers elected for a 5-year term. They have what are called reserved powers. The administrative side is headed by a chief executive, such as Frank Curran here in Dunleer Rathdown County Council, and he has executive powers. And in simple terms, the councillors are responsible for policy, and the chief executive is responsible for implementation of policy and the day-to-day administration of the council. This is black and white in the law. The reality, inevitably, is grey. Councillors and the executive work in partnership together as opposed to a strict separation of roles. If you look at something like planning and the production of a local development plan, it would be naive to imagine that part-time councillors prepare the development plan. Rather, there is enormous input from the executive and professional planners who do much of the groundwork. The councillors have the final say due to their democratic mandate, but the system is one based on partnership. Something for you to ponder at a later stage is how the partnership will be realigned if a directly elected mayor comes in and assumes some executive powers heretofore held by the chief executive. To end on an optimistic note, as I have identified, there are big weaknesses in our local government system. However, we should also appreciate that within the narrow range of functions, local councils are doing innovative and creative work in areas such as economic development, social inclusion, adult literacy, etc. There are pockets of excellence within local government and some brilliant people, be they elected councillors or officials. The great shame is that we have yet to fully appreciate or tap into the rich potential of local government and local democracy. That is why your work is so vital. While the headline act is the introduction of a directly elected mayor, arguably more important is the transfer of powers, functions, and finance to support a new arrangement. This could have a transformational impact beyond Dublin and throughout the entire local government system. Therefore, I wish you well in your endeavours, and the expert advisory group will support you to the best of our abilities. So I'll leave the final word to Cinderella herself by way of motivation. Be kind, have courage, and always believe in a little magic. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Quinlivan. I'd now like to ask Professor Derek O'Brien, please, from Dublin City University. Thank you.
That's great, thank you. I'm very struck that a Mead man is following a Cork man telling people in Dublin how to organise the city and county. I promise to do my best. So I'll kick off. Really today is sort of a very sort of establishment setting day, get a sense of actually what's happening, how did we get to where we are now, and once we have a better understanding of how we got here, where do we go from here and how best do we get there. So I have called this Dublin, all of it is different, because actually of a conversation I had with a Dublin councillor about 4 weeks ago, where I was making a point that actually we get so obsessed with actually making change in Dublin, and we always see Dublin as different, that maybe we should just take the point that actually Dublin isn't that different, and we should treat local democracy and local government across Ireland the same. Now, in his defence, he was right and I was wrong. Dublin is different, and all of it, in as many parts, is different, and that's why you get the sort of odd title here today. So some of this will just recap on sort of Ruth's point, to sort of speak to Dublin's differences. So it's a capital city, and it's a capital city in a very centralised system. And to reiterate A's point about the sort of the inglory of being 38 out of 39 systems, that centralisation is something we're going to come back to again and again, probably in the coming sessions. In addition to being sort of a capital city, to reiterate and sort of speak to Ruth's points, it's a capital city that had a number of very strong towns or suburbs in its immediate vicinity. And that's shaped the way the system of government for the city and county has evolved, particularly over the last 125 years. In addition to being centralised and being a capital city, it speaks to Ruth's point about being a primate city. It's the centre of the national economy. It's the centre of our legal system, our commercial systems, our professional systems. They're nearly all based in Ireland, whether it's the Law Society or the Bar Council or the Planning Institute or our medical professional bodies. They're based in Dublin. It's the centre of our religious systems and traditions and faith traditions, with noble exception of Armagh. Dublin tends to be the most significant element even within our faith communities, and particularly around infrastructure. It's the infrastructural centre and capital of the island. If you think about Dublin Airport, the M50, these are key pieces of national infrastructure, and they're embedded in the area of Dublin. And the same, when Roddy spoke about culture, it's arguably the key element of cultural production within Ireland. So one of the points for you as we go through the coming months is to bear in mind it's difficult, but it's probably not helpful to compare Dublin to other cities on the island. It is different, it is distinct. Its history has created those differences and those distinctive elements. While preparing for this, it was hard to really speak to the history of difference in the local government system in Ireland. And I came across this quote. Now, we've been warned not to have too many quotes on our slides and to sort of, keep lots of little text, but I just thought this was amazing. So it's a quote from a report in 1907 that looked at local government systems in major cities in the UK and then compared them back to the old townships, sort of, the non-corporation parts of the Dublin local government system. And that idea of a cradle-to-grave range of services. So, corporation and the townships, it offers that the child is brought safely into the world. It provides them in infancy with suitable food. It gives them playgrounds to amuse himself and baths to swim in. It takes them to school. It trains them for future work. It sees that the citizen's house is properly built. It's got a regulatory function. It sometimes even builds it for him. It has a housing function. It brings into his home an unfailing supply of pure water from the remote hills. It guards his food safety. It tries to make sure the food is secured and it's not dangerously adulterated. It sweeps the streets for him. It disposes of the refuse from his house. Now, we all know that's changed. It carries him swiftly to and from work. It gives him good books to read, which still happens. Pictures to look at, which still happens. Music to listen to, which still happens. And lectures to simulate his thought, which still happens. So if you think about, the sort of the cultural activities, the learning activities that still happen in the city, I just thought it was very, very striking that here we have something 115 years ago that remains as relevant and important to our discussions and deliberations today and in the coming months. And the point, and something that I hope you take on board as we go on, if Dublin's local government was different and distinct in 1907, local government in Dublin remains different in the range of services it provides, the complexity of the challenges it faces, and the population it serves. So if we think a little about the history, and again, it's a flying visit. As Ruth mentioned, we've actually had a mayor since 1229, our first Lord Mayor in 1665. But the modern sort of recognisable system of government springs from 1898, and A spoke to that. So that's our modern recognisable system of the city and the county. Very quickly, we began to see the incorporation of those separate town governments. In 1900, in Drumcondra, Clontarf and Kilmainham, which actually retained their own systems, and then again up to 1930, where Rathmines, Rathgar and Ranelagh were brought into the system. And you can still see those town halls in Dublin. I think Pembroke Town Hall is used by the City of Dublin Education and Training Board, and Rathmines Town Hall is also used by the Education and Training Boards. And they're beautiful municipal buildings that speak to a civic pride in that town, okay? You know, there were Dubliners, but they were also proud of their Rathmines or Ranelagh or Clontarf local government. In terms of the county, really the modern system, we really see it coming to sort of the recognisable shape again in 1898. And relatively little change until the 1960s. So Ruth talked about the sort of the suburban development. But if you know, for those from the sort of the South Dublin or Fingal or Dún Laoghaire, particularly Fingal and South Dublin, if you look at really back in, it's the 60s, you really see that significant expansion. So a guy called Miles Wright was brought in by the Department of Local Government and Planning to do a report on the creation of new towns. And he produces his report in 1966 or 67, and it leads to the development of 3 new significant developments. So Blanchardstown, Lucan, or sorry, 4, Clondalkin and Tallaght. The chairperson's conversation with Clondalkin this morning actually really got me. So that's one of the reasons we see such development was coming from that planning report. And again, has ramifications for how the city and county are governed, because you have the massive increase in population in what were relatively unpopulated areas. So those from Fingal, you might remember, Blanchardstown still had a shop that had attached roof into the 1980s, okay? And I think even into the early 1990s. So that was a reflection of rapid social and population change in a relatively short space of time. In the 70s and 80s, we have a key era of change and challenges for local government in Dublin. In addition to sort of the radical economic restructuring, often coming from the oil crisis and the challenge of unemployment. And one of the examples I give when I talk about that type of change, I don't know if there's anybody here from Finglas and James, there's a place called Jamestown Road. Now, in the early 1970s, Jamestown Road in Finglas had 8,000 people walking to work. Every morning at 8 a.m., 8,000 people went to work on 3 or 4 factories there. Unidair, there was a major bakery, Wesso steel manufacturers, and Tinsley steel products. By the late 1970s, that was into the hundreds. That's the scale of economic change we're talking about. And yet again, it has massive implications for the way we govern the city and the county. We also see the emergence of significant flaws in our planning for housing and the housing developments. So one of the things we see is some of our housing developments in the 60s actually works quite well when you had high rates of unemployment. It implodes and collapses when unemployment becomes a major issue. And Ballymun is seen as the classic example. Actually, it functioned as a housing development quite well, probably into the mid to late 1970s. We see the emergence of what planners or sociologists talk about, the wicked issues of complex social problems, where health, educational attainment, well-being, crime, housing, all become integrated and complex and very, very difficult to address. There was a recognition particularly into the early 1980s, that the current local government arrangements were really straining. So if you look outside of the city, what was the old county, you had Fingal, South Dublin and Dún Laoghaire-Rathdown. We see the creation of 3 new electoral counties in 1985. So you still had 78 councillors, and bear in mind that's the second largest democratic assembly outside of Dáil Éireann. It's really straining by the 1970s and 80s. The initial reform in 85, and then you see the creation of these new counties in 1994, and sort of the creation of a county model of government in Dublin, which is something we didn't really have before. And again, it's something to think about under your own terms of reference as we go forward. Has it served a purpose? To what extent it has been successful? Is it time to think about how we might do it differently? Bear in mind, this is not our first rodeo. We've been here before looking at new models of governance for Dublin. There's been that recognition of the flaws. They've been there quite a while. So we had proposals in 01 and 03 to put in a directly elected mayor that were passed and then removed 2 years later. We had a major green paper and bill that lapsed in 2010 as the government fell. And then the Local Government Act in 2014 provided, if you'll see the sign there, for a directly elected mayor. Now, one of the issues arguably then was that it's not just about the model of election. So it's not just whether the councillors elect a mayor, it's the powers the local authority has, it's the powers the mayor has. So I think that's a key issue, just to reiterate A's point, is to constantly go back to that idea of the powers, the functions and the finance. What will a mayor be able to do? What will the local authority be able to do? What will the councillors be able to do? And how is it paid for? Okay, so to keep coming back to those, sometimes we talk about the 3 Fs, form, function and finance. So I suppose some concluding thoughts before the shepherd's crook takes me off. Dublin is different in a variety of ways. It's now served by 4 local authorities. All have broadly similar challenges. You've heard some of them articulated here today, and again, some unique problems. They're actively collaborating in some areas of policy, but they're removed from seemingly obvious areas of policy. Transport is one that springs to mind. Health, what we might call community safety, the role of the guards. Welfare, often quite significant areas of work in other European local authorities. They're quite distinct in the Irish system, where they're removed from local authority control. So you see the creation of sometimes ad hoc or structured relationships with other public service providers to do something that actually in most other systems is done much more simply. Education is a very interesting one. So we have education and training boards that are actually based on our county system. Councillors sit on them, but they're actually distinct from city and county councils. So I'll leave it with the application of the county council local government model in Dublin is nearly 30 years old, and it still remains unclear how Dubliners view their city and county or counties. So I will leave it at that. Thank you.
Wow, I've got lots of questions. But we're going to hold them off for the afternoon. And now on the programme, we have another round table discussion. It's a private session, so the cameras will be off for this. So goodbye to people, to those viewing online. So I'll hand over to the facilitators and the note takers, and we're going to discuss the presentations that were given there by Dr. A. Quinlivan and Professor Derek O'Brien. So we'll see you at lunchtime, 1 p.m. And a round of applause again, please, for our 2 contributions. Thank you. Everyone, and welcome back to the afternoon session. I hope everyone had a nice lunch and you're refreshed, refueled, and ready to go. I'm a student of military of military history, should I say. Napoleon Bonaparte being one of my favourite military commanders, and he always said an army can't march on an empty stomach. So I hope I'd like to congratulate the catering staff. The lunch looked lovely, it tasted lovely, and we're refueled and ready to go again. So this afternoon session will commence with a plenary session. And what a plenary session means is we're going to reflect upon the presentations that we received this morning and your deliberations facilitated by your facilitators at each of your tables. And we'll work it in three main areas. We'll just have general points. We've broken it down into three strands, kind of three main topics that were highlighted through all the 12 tables. And then we're going to get into really the core of the plenary is the questions that you will have for our expert advisory group, for our local government specialists, and our deliberative democracy specialists as well. So to commence, I'm just going to run through what Dublin meant to you as free citizens of Dublin. So you said that Dublin is a unique, multicultural and diverse. It's divided between classes and tribes, but is connected through pride. You said that it needs regeneration. It's constantly changing, growing and decaying at the same time, and has unfilled potential. The third kind of area we saw cropping up was that it was made up of many small communities with strong identities, fragmented geographically but connected in important ways. The fourth was it's deadly. I'd agree. It's geographically and naturally stunning. And the fifth was its people and its welcome. And the last, Dublin is the big city, the nightlife, the double-decker buses, and the zoo. And yeah, I can relate to that too. So just before we move on, I'll say to let you know that we will, all the information that we've gathered, Art and his team are compiling it, and you will get it over the coming days, all the comments that were made, and that's really important that we share them with you. So there's three main strands that we want to talk about, and there's key points in each of those strands. The first strand one is we need to move away from central government and give power back to the local authorities, which are currently undervalued, underprotected, and not always respected. Along the same strand, the whittling down of local representation can be viewed as an effort to take power from the people and deliver it into the hands of the already powerful. Interesting. And finally, the last point we saw was that there's a lack of local control over service provision over areas such as health and education. Based on the 1907 Charter, this seems to have reduced over time. And these are really strands that we see emerging from not all, but what's representative of the 12 tables. The second strand was around funding, and we see that funding and budgets are the key. The rest flows from here. Any new system requires real accountability and transparency. If local councillors had more power, then it's likely local people would be more engaged. And the last point in this strand too is that people were surprised about the difference in spending on local government in Ireland compared to other countries. We need more detailed information on how other countries manage their budgets, and the tables that I sat in, certainly that was an emerging theme as well. And the final strand, that's come up now, is strand 3. And if local council was Cinderella, then that means central government is the evil stepmother? Question mark. Not a statement, it's a question. Local government structures haven't changed in 30 years, but the city has. We need to evolve, diversify, and look to the future. I couldn't agree more. And lastly, previous attempts have been unsuccessful, but we have high hopes for this process. We certainly do. I concur with that as well. So thank you for all that work done by the facilitators, and as I mentioned, Art and the Secretariat are compiling all of those strands, and we'll share them later on. Now, into the core of the plenary, and it's the questions that you have for our specialists on the advisory group. We had over 100 questions. We're not going to cover them in the next 25 minutes. So what we're going to do is we're going to compile all the questions, and we're following today's session. We're going to send them to the expert panel, and they have. It's great now. I'm a lecturer. I can give back to the lecturers. They're going to have some homework to do, and they're going to answer the questions that you posed, and then we'll share that amongst you. Is that okay? Great. All right. So, question for table 2, and I'm going to ask whoever's question that is, could you please take the microphone, if we go to table 2, Vincent Gormargath, and we'll hand that question over to table 2 for our expert advisory panel. Thank you.
Thanks, Jim. We asked that question there, just how do you engage the democratic mayoral process with such low levels of engagement in local politics? And we've seen over the years, it's actually getting less and less people's interest in local politics. And some of the reasons for that is, well, we want you to explain that as well, but obviously people don't feel it's delivered in what it should be, you know.
Will I give a start to that? I think the obvious thing to say is, and it came up in the slide there earlier as well, that if local government had more meaning, it had more powers, it had more impact in local communities, then you would hope that people would become more engaged. Whereas at the moment, maybe there's a perception, correctly, that the local authority cannot do very much. It is linked to things like finance. If there was a local finance regime that was in place and people were paying money to their local authority, then I think they would have a big interest in how that money was being spent. Rather than a system where you have a lot of central funding going to local authorities and not even going in the form of a block grant. So it's not saying you're getting this allocation of money, do what you want. It's coming more in smaller pieces. You're getting this money for this project, this for that project. So in other words, central government is dictating the whole agenda. The other thing then, and this is a broader piece, I suppose, we're in education. I think it does come back to education. A lack of understanding maybe about what the demarcation is between our national government, our local government, what can a TD do, what can a councillor do. I mean, so much work of our TDs is work that should be done by the councillors. It's the pothole type work, for want of a better term. And some of that responsibility comes back to us then as voters, because historically we've seen in Ireland that if you're a TD and you focus on what you should be doing, which is national legislation, you attend all the committee meetings, you speak in the Dáil, you contribute to your debates, but you're not back in your local area for the weekend attending the funeral or the local GA match or taking care of a street light, you won't get re-elected. So a lot of our TDs, to some extent, are glorified county councillors trampling on the space that should be left for the councillors. But it does come back to fundamentally, if you make local government more relevant, then presumably people will get more engaged, I think.
No, I think that's very fair. I think people need to, it's not that recently that we actually had councillors who were TD or were TDs. We had a dual mandate. It's not that long ago. I think 2002. 2001, yes, 2001 Act. So that sort of institutional lack of regard for the difference between local and central government has been built into the system for a very long time. I would be very hopeful, in terms of sort of that idea of low engagement in local electoral politics. I think any engagement is good. I think some democracy is better than no democracy. So I would be very hopeful that, as the system changes and local government is given more to do and local councillors have more oversight over more functions. And I think A's point about finance is fundamental. Like, if you think of it in a very practical way, you want to know where your tax is going. And local government is a way of, a good local government system. It's closer to people. They have a better sense of where their taxes are being spent. They're going to be more interested. It's going to generate media interest. And I think maybe there's two final points in terms of, we're very poor at educating people about the work of local government. I'm of an age where I sort of remember civics as a subject. That's largely gone in terms of we tend to talk about local government. There are very few local government programs in our universities. And that's definitely an issue there. And I think the final thing is actually there's very little media interest in local government. Local press has been declining for quite a period, and particularly in Dublin, we don't have the same equivalent tradition of, say, the Examiner, which is, it's a great Cork newspaper. That's not necessarily the same in Dublin, where you actually have, I think we have a Dublin correspondent for, I think, RTE and maybe the Irish Times, but there's not a huge amount of interest. And what interest tends to be there, it tends to be quite reactive and negative. Sorry, I'm conscious that we're probably lots of questions.
No, sorry, you look at things like the abolition of the town councils that I referred to in 2014. That issue didn't resonate in Dublin because Dublin, I think, just had Balbriggan in it, had only one town council. So because it didn't resonate in Dublin, it got no media profile, no coverage, no debate. They were just swept away.
Thanks for that, Vincent, and your table. Now, table 7, please, if you could ask your question. Just introduce yourself, please, before you do. Thank you.
My name is Valerie, and the question is, do you think the government is willing to share or dilute their decision-making structures, and what does that look like? And we mean, like, if you have the mayor responsible for transport, well, you have a minister for transport, so how will they, divvy out the decisions or the work?
Yeah, I think the first thing, it's the cultural shift. So there's probably some of us of an age remember the Minister for Transport, who was a Dublin TD, giving out about Dublin City Council signposts about 2007, 2008. That to me is a reflection of sort of, if you think you control something, you'll always be willing to comment. So I think the first thing is a cultural shift where ministers go, actually, this is not my business. This is the business of the councillors and the council and the staff of the council that report to that council. So that's a cultural, psychological move. And we're capable of doing it. Like anybody who remembers the Freedom of Information legislation, that's probably not, maybe a bit of a clumsy analogy, but the first thing was, it's the cultural, psychological shift that you move from your default is to holding back information to your default is to sharing information. And I think that's where we need to be, is where the default is that powers flow down rather than be retained in government departments. As to the second part, is there a willingness? Again, I would be hopeful. I think what we saw with the plebiscites in Limerick and the scrutiny process in the Oireachtas, I think was really, really positive. Our national politicians engaged, and I think in a really sort of robust exercise in looking at draft legislation that was coming from the department. They worked with a lot of local groups and with the council and with the councillors. So I would be hopeful that the willingness is there. As to what that looks like, after the sort of cultural, psychological shift, it's going to depend on the department. But I think the willingness is there, so I would be hopeful.
Yeah, I think we're at the start of a process here, so I think we need to be optimistic and trust that if the government puts something in its programme that they would like it to happen. Historically, if you were to look at it, you'd be a bit more negative because there's been no tendency really from central government to hand things down to local government. And I think it's interesting when we talk about central government, obviously we're talking about the Oireachtas. Also, I think the civil service through the Custom House are quite controlling of local authorities as well. So it is that cultural shift, as Derek said, kind of a mindset change. Our system is kind of a very Anglo-Saxon model, which is based on top-down governance. So everything is controlled by the top through central government, and a few crumbs go downwards. Whereas other models, like in Scandinavia, it's the complete opposite. They're based on what we would call the principle of subsidiarity. So everything that's possible is done at the lowest level. If for reasons of economy of scale or finance they cannot do it, it goes up to the next level. So you look at the most basic level in Denmark, for example, the more town council type level would have responsible for primary education. The county type level would have responsibility for second level education, and then third level is for the region or the state. So you start on the basis as much as possible should be done locally,
and then we'll pass it upwards. Whereas unfortunately, we're in the opposite place, and it probably won't change that quickly, but something like a directly elected mayor, could be a step in that process, hopefully.
Thanks for that question. Really, really important. Do we have a follow-on down below? No. Do you want to come in? Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to say that I never voted in my life. I'm nearly 25 now. One of the reasons that I've never voted is because of the party system. And I just would never vote for any of these parties who have their agendas, their history, where they're coming from, etc. And then the lack of clout that independents effectively have because of the party system. And I'm just wondering, do we ever look at that? Do we ever, why do we follow that system where they just squabble just on the basis of their tribal allegiance? It just seems such an antiquated way to actually have true democracy. And just one other quick comment on this. This was to the first question from table 2, really. Just about the democratic, how does it feed down? One amazing thing, I don't know about other countries, maybe you can comment on it, but we can bet on the outcome of elections. I had somebody one time telling me they were going to vote for such and such a party, and I was curious where that came from. And they told me, well, they have a bet on. So obviously they're going to bet the one that they want to win. So just things like that we have in our system just seem to be really so counter to what we hopefully are trying to achieve.
Yeah, good points made, and let's try and capture all those. Just on the point of subsidiarity, in high-performance sports team, it's a key concept of to gain control. You push. To gain control, you must lose control. You must empower those beneath you, and it's interesting that I think we're going to explore that maybe on a different day. So thanks for that. Next question is, I think this is table 10. Excuse the typo. Table 10, and over to you.
My name is Nicole. I suppose our question was, with member states like Denmark, where the spend is significantly more on local government, I think you were saying it was something like 60%. I suppose, what's the measurable impact on where that money goes? Like, is crime lower? Is education better in comparison to what we have in Ireland at the moment?
Yeah, I think it's a big question. I mean, it comes back to your kind of philosophical position about the role of the state. So, yes, spending in Denmark is very high in terms of the state generally, and particularly high in terms of local government. But I suppose there are different reasons for that. One is that they believe in a lot of state provision as opposed to private provision and privatization or contracting out, etc. And accordingly then, as I was saying, they have a bottom-up approach. So there's so much done at local level that you would expect then quite a high proportion of governmental spending is at the lower level. But like, we don't exist kind of in a Narnia world. In Scandinavia, they pay very high taxes and they get excellent public services in return. So they can expect to be paying more than 50% into 60% of their income to a local taxation regime and a state taxation regime. But it comes back to that kind of line, like, what do we think is the role of the state? How much do we think should be provided in terms of public services, and how much do we think should be provided maybe through other mechanisms? So even though obviously you can look at the figures, and it's what I gave this morning, roughly 8% in Ireland, about 64% in Denmark, you're not comparing like and like in a lot of ways. Because they're coming from a totally different perspective in terms of how they view the world and how much of services they feel should be coming through the state and the public sector. But yeah, you have to pay for excellent public services is a lesson from Scandinavia as well. Yep.
It's a really good question, and to further your reading into this particular subject, we're going to be creating an Assembly members' library where any documents that where their expert advisory group recommend, or indeed that you might come across as part of your research, we can upload them, either create a link or have the Adobe file online for you to download. One of them on this particular point, and there's a very good paper I'm not advocating for force of the trade union, but they did write a paper on local government. I think of an example such as this, in terms of what Denmark, I think might be Norway, might have been the example that their local government structure they provide, the healthcare, the nursing homes, swimming pools, etc., as opposed to our model, which is either privatisation or central government. So that might be a good read on this particular question. Okay, next one is table 3. Over to you.
We defer to Breeze. Yeah. So I think Reid is covering it, but do you want me to say something? Yeah, do you want to? Yeah, I suppose the closest analogy I think is meant to be like a minister and a secretary general in a department, that you have the political leader and sort of then the person who's sort of in charge of operational matters and administrative matters. I suppose the difference in the local government system is the chief executive tends to be there for a number of years, 7 or 10, and the mayor rotates on an annual basis and may come from a different party. So that the relationship, the power relationship or the influence relationship is very much oriented towards the chief executive rather than the mayor, which is quite distinct from the minister and the secretary general. And I think in the Limerick legislation, they did look at the Secretaries in General or Secretaries and Ministers Act from 1924 to look at that, because that's the basis. But it evolved, and I think it's been an ongoing issue in the Limerick discussions, particularly the pre-legislative scrutiny in the Iraq. This is what's the appropriate relationship. So I think there's probably material that can be made available there. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think it's interesting that if we talk about an entity like Dublin City Council, legally the council means the elected members. So they are meant to be the supreme decision makers. The administrative staff, the chief executive, the professional planners and engineers, they are there to support the councillors. That is what the law states. Now again, the reality is probably going to be a bit more kind of nuanced than that, but perhaps the councillors at times maybe need to exercise their power as well a bit more. And I think relating back to the first question about kind of raising the profile of local government, I think local authorities could do a bit more here themselves as well in terms of promoting their good news stories, boasting a bit more, because most of what they do is terrific, but unfortunately the coverage tends to be more on the mishaps. And also I think they can push back a bit more against central government. Even though we know we have a highly centralised system, I think local authorities at times could grasp the nettle, take more of an initiative, and then ask for forgiveness afterwards from central government. Sometimes I think they're too compliant and they're willing to kind of accept that they are subordinate to central government. And of course they are subordinate. The problem is that they shouldn't be subservient.
Thank you. Brian has a follow-up question.
Just in terms of the actual decision-making relationship, how that actually works as opposed to how it should work, because...
Well, again, legally it's very straightforward. When it comes to policy matters, the councillors are in charge. So if the councillors, and again, planning is an easy enough example, if councillors propose to zone a piece of land for whatever reason, the chief executive and the chief executive's planners and staff can give their guidance and advice and say to the councillors, we wouldn't recommend you do this. But yet, the councillors can do it. So again, it comes back to the fact that they are meant to be the supreme decision makers. But as Derek was saying, there is an imbalance there in terms of the permanency of the staff within the local authority and the fact that councillors, part-timers, they only, they might just have a 5-year term. The Lord Mayor or Mayor only has a 1-year term. So there is that imbalance. And that is partly going to be addressed, hopefully, through a directly elected mayor.
Thanks. We'll be covering this in much more detail this afternoon, but Dr. Breed Quinn will cover who governs and how is that power distributed at 4 o'clock. But so we'll go back into this detail. It's a very important question. So we've a little bit of time, maybe for one question. Out of the we've only covered off 4 questions out of the 100, so there's 96 left. So we might take one. If anybody has a question, would like to ask their question right now. You've got the you've got the momentum. You've got the 2 experts at the top table. So we're going to go over to table number 7, is it?
Yeah, 7.
7. Thank you.
Okay, first of all, my name is Barry Saul. I'm a councillor in Donegal. The question is in relation to the question, will it be asked of the citizens of Dublin, do they want a direct elected mayor or not? And I suppose the background is, a number of years ago, Cork, Waterford and Limerick had a plebiscite, and the formal question was put to them at the local and European elections. Do you want a directly elected mayor for Cork? Yes or no? In Cork and Waterford, they said no. In Limerick, they said yes, and preparations are undergoing for a Limerick directly elected mayor competition. But given the Oireachtas have set terms of reference for us in terms of to look at the different models of directly elected mayor and look at the structures of the local government the local government system in Dublin, the question I have here, will Dublin citizens get the opportunity to say yes or no? And should they, like Cork, Limerick and Waterford were asked? Thanks.
Yeah, from before I hand over to the AAG, just from the as the chairman of the Assembly group, we have been asked to consider the type of directly elected Lord Mayor. Of course, if part of our deliberations, from my perspective, and again we can push this to the steering group, if we collectively consider, well, that is not a good idea, we'll obviously reflect that in our deliberations. With regards to the plebiscite, that's, I think, outside of our remit. It's probably something for the houses of the Oireachtas to consider. However, we can make recommendations, I would believe, in that regard. But again, this is something that we need to decide collectively. I'll steer the ship, but you need to come up with the answers and how we navigate that course. I'll hand over now to A and Derek if they want to fill anything in.
I think Jim has answered it pretty effectively. I don't think at the moment, from anything that I've read, it's stitched into the process that there will be a plebiscite in Dublin. But obviously it is something in your deliberations that you might make that recommendation in your final report, and then obviously it is up to government itself. You could argue that the processes in Cork, Limerick and Waterford and now in Dublin have both been kind of a bit lopsided in the sense that Cork, Waterford and Limerick got a plebiscite without the benefit of something like a citizens' assembly to iron out the details. So a lot of people were saying we don't have a clue what we're voting on. And in Dublin we have a citizens' assembly and no guarantee necessarily that it will lead to a plebiscite. But the short answer is that ultimately it's something that you could put into your final document if you felt that was the way to go. The alternative is, of course, you just make a series of proposals that go directly to government and they will make the decisions anyway.
What he said.
So just to conclude that piece, we've got we've got yeah, please go ahead, and please, if you could again just announce yourself. Thank you.
My name is Meena. Not always putting it out to the public might be the best way, because like you said, I agree, they might not know what they're saying yes or no to. You know, Brexit, things like that happen when people say yes, but they don't know what they're saying yes to. So I do believe this is a better way of informing people. Maybe more should be involved, but definitely putting it out to the entire population might not be the best way to go for something like this. That'll be my view.
Thank you for that. And again, we'll share all the views, but we will eventually come up with a solid position that will represent the totality of the group. So none of us, including myself, will dominate the direction of travel, or I don't know how we navigate. Okay, so thank you very much for that. It gives me great pleasure now to introduce from the University of Limerick, Dr. Breed Quinn, who will discuss for the next while what are the main strands of activity for a directly elected mayor, if we have one. A round of applause, please.
A cóir de Gael is mór an onóir dom a bheith an seo. Not just because I'm near a GAA man, but I wanted to say how wonderful it is to be here. It's a privilege, an honour, and exciting to be involved in this process.
I think I'm going to give you a hand there.
Thank you very much indeed, Carl. Right. So, as the Cathaoirleach said, I'm retired from the University of Limerick, but when I was working there, my specialism was local government in Ireland and Europe, and I've continued in that vein in various fields since my retirement. And I want to talk now about services. So, before I start talking, I want to ask you to think for a moment how many services your local authority delivers. So jot down the figure that comes into your head, please. How many services does whichever council you're connected with deliver? Okay. How many said 20 or less? Okay. 50 or less? Anybody go for 100? More than 100? Okay. The answer, take note, is, 1,105. And you don't have to take my word for it. They're listed on that website, which we will circulate for you afterwards. So that's the range of services that local authorities do. They range from abandoned vehicle removal on the A list to zoonose monitoring. Did you know that your council is zoonose monitoring? And zoonose, in the light of COVID, are actually parasites or bacteria that spread disease from animals to humans. So I think we need to know more about zoonoses, but I wanted to get the range from the abandoned vehicles to the zoonose monitoring. But the day-to-day organisation of the various tasks and services which local authorities perform are there in the visual. So you have everything from housing, some connections with water, not as much as they used to have, planning, which has come up so frequently today. The register of electors is managed by our local authorities, and from looking at systems in other countries, it's managed very well here. Economic development, fire services, and so on. So those 10 sectors are the way in which so many of our services are organised. And Ireland's local authorities, in view of the last questions and what A said earlier today, when you're comparing local authority systems, it's important to remember that local authorities in Ireland don't have responsibility for most of health or education and some other services. So if you're saying that they spend X amount in Norway or somewhere at local level, bear in mind that maybe all the costs of education, like teacher salaries, the health costs and so on, are factored into the figure which gives you. So just be a little cautious when you're making comparisons that you are comparing like with like. So if you could strip out education and strip out health, you would find that they still are spending a lot more than here, but that the gap isn't quite as obvious as it seems at first sight. So I'm just going to talk about a few of those areas of services for a few minutes. and one of the very important ones, as you could imagine, the planning and economic development. And it's only since 2014 that local authorities in Ireland are responsible for economic development. So that has been a major change, and it's been a huge impetus in so many local authorities for a range of activities. So the pace of development has increased significantly, I think, in many of the local authorities since they got responsibility for economic development. Also included in their brief is forward planning, development management, enforcement of planning, and I think we all have opinions on whether that's done effectively or not, strategic housing developments, the economic plan for each local authority area, and quite importantly, the local enterprise office, or the LEO as it's known in common parlance. So they give you a flavour of some of the activities that your local authority is engaged in. Taking environmental issues, and you can see there the range from landfills, quite a contentious issue, cleaning, cemeteries. We forget that sometimes, that the cemeteries are taken care of by our local authorities, dangerous buildings, litter management, recycling and environmental awareness, for example. So within the environmental category, these are some of the services that are organised and delivered by our local authorities. So you're beginning to see, I think, where the 1,105 comes from. Next, some of the operational services. So the libraries. On Thursday evening, I happened to be at a poetry reading in Rathmines Library. And it's a wonderful building, and the poetry reading was great, but it was a reminder again to me, this is the local authority at work, not in a way that comes to mind every day. Roads maintenance, public lighting, street cleaning, harbours, the arts and heritage and conservation and parks. So again, just a huge range, and that's not even all the operational services that they carry out. It's clear from many of the questions and sort of the discussions at coffee and lunch and everything like that, that housing is an issue that is of concern to so many of you. And just some of the housing dimensions that our local authorities have to deal with. So maintenance of the houses, the stock that they already own, the assessment, allocation and transfers. And as we know from the media and various articles, that's always a contentious subject. Housing lists, how they're managed, how they're changed, who's allocated and so on. Estate management. And coming out on the train from the centre of Dublin yesterday out to Malahide, like you can see so many estates, so well kept, and the public estates are within the brief of the local authorities, and of course they're involved in the private estates as well. Homelessness has come up, and again, our local authorities work so hard, particularly those in urban areas, with dealing with homelessness. Then the various services for people who can't, the rental allowance scheme and the leasing, and then HAP is the housing payment, and then so many disabled grants. I'm sure every one of you knows one person or one family that somebody who is disabled, their house has been adjusted for them by the local authority. Again, giving you a flavour of the range of services that our local authorities do provide. So all 31 councils have responsibility for the list, the 10 main areas that I talked about. But what happens in South County Dublin is different from Dublin City. What happens in Limerick is different from Leitrim. And why is there such uniformity on the one hand and diversity in the other hand? And the mix of services that any particular local authority delivers reflects, first of all, and I think that message is coming through to you and from you loudly and clearly, that national priorities and national policies determine a lot of the agenda and circumscribe what is possible in many of the local authorities. Similarly, the national targets, whether they're for housing or miles of road or whatever. Sometimes the wishes and desires of local authorities are constrained sometimes by the number of statutory instruments or regulations or directives or guidelines with inverted commas on the side that are set by central government. And because local authorities are dependent on central government for quite a high proportion of their money, obviously they have to comply with all those requirements. So they're the kind of externally set priorities and constraints. But also each individual local authority will have a different set of priorities reflecting the citizens, the councillors, what the councillors deem to be priorities, of course. And that makes, and whether it is achieved, depends on the local authority budget and how much money they have, how much money they have discretion over, so that they can prioritise some of that budget for specific acts. And the other thing is the capacity of the local authority, both administrative and financial. And just to give you an idea of the diversity, I have figures there for the amount that's spent per capita in different local authorities. So in Leitrim in 2020, it was 1686. In Cork City, which you might have expected to spend more, it was 1483. In Cork County, less than the city, 1162. And in County Meath, the spend was 861 per capita. The point I'm trying to make is that it's very different. It depends on all the things that I've said already, the priorities and the budget being particularly deterministic. So how are all these services organised and delivered? And they're delivered in a number of ways. Some of them are delivered directly by the local authorities. So you engage with the local authority and the service is delivered by the local authority. In recent years, there are more and more services being shared by local authorities. So, for example, all the salaries of local authorities are organised out of County Laois. So Laois County Council looks after the salaries for every local authority employee in the whole of Ireland. In Limerick, the City and County Council has taken over responsibility for the HAP, the Housing Assistance Payments. So all of those are delivered via Limerick City and County Council as a form of shared service. Then sometimes local government just instructs or expects local authorities to act as agents of central government. So that's the framework for delivering certain services. Other services are delivered in collaboration with state agencies, for example, the HSE. I referred earlier to maybe houses being remodelled for somebody who has issues. That would be carried out in a collaboration between HSE and the local authority. And the same is true in other instances, that you have that collaboration, sometimes in education and so on, between the local authority and whatever the state agency, like the HSE, the Department of Education, or whatever. More and more since the mid-90s, services are being delivered by local authorities in collaboration with community organisation. Part of that goes back to the 1990s, when there were significant amounts of EU funding available for community projects. I live in an area of County Limerick near the Ballyhowra Mountains, and there was a leader company there, an EU-funded company, and the amount of development that happened over those years has been incredible because the EU funding was available. But that EU funding was spent in collaboration with the local authorities in Limerick and Cork, because it's on the border. When the restructuring of local government happened in 2014, and you'll be hearing from time to time about that, but One of the changes was again to institutionalise and formalise that collaboration between community organisations and local authorities and so on. And then the last way in which I've reminded you that services are delivered is outsourcing. Years ago, I could say to the students when I started my local government module, you know, who made sure that your bin was empty yesterday? And they would all know, you know, it was Limerick City and County Council. Today, it's Mr. Binman or Panda or whoever it might be. So quite a number of the services have been outsourced to private companies. From an economic point of view, that often makes an awful lot of sense. From a delivery and a kind of a personal point of view, sometimes questions are raised and so on. But every local authority has a mix of ways in which they deliver the services. It depends on the service, the budget, the demand, and so on. But just again, to bear that in mind, and I thought it would be useful for you to have that overall picture as you enter into your deliberations about what shape the local authorities might look in the future. And as I was thinking, yes, I've tried to raise your awareness and say that you are now, I hope, after all the presentations today and this one, more aware of what your council can do for you and does for you. And then JFK's words came to mind. So I sort of think, as members of the Citizens' Assembly and so on, ask not what your council is doing for you, but what you can do for your council in the future. Gormila Mahagwif.
Dr. Quinn, thank you so much for an insightful, informative and very entertaining presentation on what are the main strands of activities for local councils. So we're now going to go into, just come to 3:05, we're going to go into a roundtable discussion. It's a private session. We'll say goodbye to those online. So over now to the facilitators, and we have 40 minutes now to conduct your session, please. So 40 minutes, roundtable discussion. Over to you. We'll see you soon. Good afternoon and welcome back to our concluding session for the afternoon. We're going to start off with Dr. Breed Quinn, who will talk to us about who governs and how is power distributed. We'll then hand over to Professor Derek O'Brien, who will deal with funding and finance, who pays and how. And we'll then have a Q&A followed by a roundtable discussion. So we're on the last lap. We were filled with more caffeine for one last push. So over to Dr. Quinn. Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much, Cahir. Look, so as you said, who governs and how is power distributed? And of course, the distribution of power is very intimately connected with decision-making and relationships and so on. So I will be emphasising decision-making structures and processes and relationships. And a reminder to us, we're 3/4 of the way through day one, but the first of the terms of reference of this assembly is to consider the strengths and weaknesses of the current model of local governance in Dublin. So just a reminder in case we had gone off track or whatever. And I believe that in order to carry out such an assessment, that it is useful to outline the way the current power structures operate and the decision processes that are in place, and to identify the range of actors and the bodies that are involved in decision-making and governing. And I want to begin by, again, reminding you, even though you're probably all aware, of the government power structures in Ireland. Our president, the first citizen, is the most powerful in one sense, or the most important of our leaders. And then you have the three branches of central government: the executive branch, the legislative branch, and the judicial branch. And you have the whole separation of powers between them, but that they all work together to rule at central level. Implementing the decisions made at both national level and at local level, you have the public service, with the civil service being particularly involved at national level. And you have public servants at all levels and in so many organisations. And at the bottom of, not even a pyramid, but at the heap, is local government. And that is the kind of relationship that is used to visualise the power structures here in Ireland. And it's the system that was selected at the foundation of the state, which of course was strongly influenced by the Westminster model, which had been in place before the foundation of the state, and A touched on that this morning. But when it comes to decision-making in local government, you have two strands in operation. The elected council, who are supposedly the ultimate decision makers, and then you have the chief executive, formerly known as the county and city manager. So as my colleagues on the advisory team have said already, policy decisions are made by the elected councillors, and they're made during council meetings, obviously, and the decisions may be made either with the full council. So when you have a plenary council, and the major decisions like budgeting and so on have to be made during a plenary council. But since 2014 particularly, and before that you had area committees, you have municipal and metropolitan groupings. So we'll say, again, in the area that I live, in Kilmallock, there is a municipal grouping that makes decisions about the roads, the lights, the things in our area, rather than the full council prioritising those sort of things. So you have councillors as the ultimate decision makers, making their decisions either as a plenary council or in one of the sub-formations of the council. And side by side, hand in hand, but I'm not sure that some of the councillors would say hand in hand, is the chief executive involved in the decision making. And the chief executive is assisted by a senior management team quite frequently referred to as directors of services, with people maybe the director of environmental services or whatever. And they do the management on a day-to-day basis. And it is the duty, and it's written in the legislation and in the guidelines and in all the booklets, it is the duty of the chief executive to advise and assist the elected council. So, and both the councillors and the chief executive obviously have a common interest in the communities that they serve. Now, a lot of people say councillors have no decision-making roles or whatever, but they actually have. So on the far side, you have the councils, the decisions made by councillors at full council level. And one of those important issues is the approving of the annual budget. So it is the councillors decide what the final budget will be, what goes into it, and they often have to prioritise one issue over another. They also adopt, as a full council, the local economic and community plans. And I would say, from here on in, get up off your chairs in the future when there's a plan being made in your area and bring your granny and your nieces and nephews and your grandchildren and go and look at the draft plan, make your input and have a say in that draft plan. But when the drafting is done, the councillors adopt the plan as a full council. They make housing policy decisions. They decide on the figure, if some of you have businesses, you'll be aware of that, the amount of commercial rates that are to be paid. Interestingly, councils, we are all paying our property tax, I hope, and the property tax varies from local authority to local authority. The basic figure is set by central level, but local authorities have the power to either increase or decrease that by up to 15%. And the variations are interesting. In the 4 Dublin local authorities, there's no, they just go with the basic figure. In some others, in Kerry, they have increased it by 7.5%. And in some other counties, sorry, it was just my examples, like Cavan and Donegal increased their property tax by the full 15% because they wanted to raise as much money as they could. And then another decision made by the council in plenary session is the county development plan, or the city development plan as it is. Then at district level, you have the other services, so it might be things about litter, about the kind of works, so which roads will be repaired during a particular year, what kind of charges will they have for the council amenities, so the recycling centre, will they keep it at €5 per car or whatever, school warden arrangements, and the allocation of funding for community initiatives. So those decisions would be taken at district level. And then the ones at the bottom can be taken either at local or at full level. So the civic honours, you know, there was so much excitement when Kelly Harrington was made, got her honour from the council. So that kind of decision would have been made by the councillors. Also, which structures should be protected, and again, that can be controversial sometimes. The local area plans, flood risk management, and with climate change being such an issue, flood risk management is an important decision to be made, and also housing plans and housing services plans. So councillors are involved in all those decisions and quite a number of other decisions. But it's not the purpose of this assembly or whatever, but there could be a long discussion on whether the councillors use the powers to the full extent, but that's not our topic. Then looking at the role of the chief executive, and he or she is responsible for the day-to-day management of the council. There's a list of executive functions. As A said this morning, certain functions are reserved for the councillors, like the budget, but functions that are not reserved become executive functions, so the executive carry them out. And the chief executive, two things that may be of particular interest to you. First of all, the chief executive is an employee of the council, and the council has hiring and firing right. The council has to approve the appointment of the chief executive, and should, now obviously the circumstances are very limited and so on, but if there were if the decision had to be taken to sack a CEO, the council would be taking that decision. And then where you have the balance, you have that the chief executive has to carry into effect all lawful decisions made by the elected council. So you can see why the relationship between the councillors and the chief executive is very important, but that relationship varies so much depending on the combination of councillors in power, on the personalities of the councillors and the personality of the chief executive, and on the relationship that has been built up or not built up over the years. So it's not a simple process. And to make the decisions arriving at, whether it's the budget or some of the other issues that I've noted, you've quite a range of actors. So I already mentioned the subdivisions, the metropolitan and municipal districts. And then you have, if you look at the third one before the second, strategic policy committees. Every local authority has a number of strategic policy committees. And they bring together not only councillors, but sometimes business people, sometimes community organisations. So every council that I know of has a transport strategic policy committee, which works on transport policy for that local authority area. And then you have environmental SPCs and others. The chairpersons of the SPCs, who are always councillors, come together as a group called, so that's the second bullet there, the Corporate Policy Group. So the chairpersons of the strategic policy groups come together and again work on prioritisation and agreement and so on before decisions are made. Then coming down to bullet number 4, in the 2014 reform, one of the, I mentioned earlier about institutionalising the involvement of communities and citizens and so on. So you had the creation of local community development committees, LCDCs, and every local authority has an LCDC, and it brings together not just the councillors and administrators, but representatives of the communities and representatives of all kinds of organisations. So again, you're getting the perspectives of a range of people, and they're feeding into the policy-making process. And then you say, who oversees all of these things? You have your normal administrative oversight and so on. But each local authority has an audit committee. And on that audit committee, you have several councillors, but you'll also have external members. So, for example, I'm on the Limerick City and County Audit Committee because of my kind of academic background and knowledge of it, but we also have some people who have very strong financial qualifications because that's their area of expertise and is needed. Then you have various other committees as the council needs them and so on. And you have joint committees. You may have heard of joint policing committees. So again, every local authority has established a joint policing committee where the local Gardaí and the council and some of the other organisations and so on come together and identify and try and find solutions for the kind of policing issues that they have. And then in a moment, I'm going to talk a little bit about the external committees in which local authority members are involved. So it doesn't, not all the decisions can be just made at the monthly meeting of the council or whatever. You have a long build-up and lots of information gathering and opinion gathering and so on. And these structures help to make sure that the decisions that are made reflect the needs and the priorities and the capacity that is available. Just to illustrate some of those, I thought the Galway hooker picture was nice. So that's the logo of the LCDC in Galway. over there. Each county has, so if you want to participate as a layperson, get onto the PPN, Public Participation Network in your county. Once you get into their website, you can become a member of that PPN, and you'll be aware of different things that are going on. You don't have to be involved in an organisation. You can just join as a lay member. And then down at the bottom, I have the logo of the Leitrim Joint Policing Committee, just for illustration purposes, but this is how it works in reality. So an overview of the kind of decision-making process, starting at the bottom. You have your PPN, or Public Participation Networks, and those of you who are old enough to remember social partnership and the bringing together of the business people and different organisations to establish various policies. So at local level, you have the various social partners. They nominate people onto the local development, community development committees, the LCDCs, and the strategic policy committees. So you can see where it's going from non-elected people, ordinary people, up the various steps. So the strategic policy committees then work in collaboration with the municipal districts. They're the subdivisions of the council. So from all of that, you get input into decisions being made by the councillors as our elected representatives and the ultimate decision makers in local authorities, in conjunction with the chief executive and his or her officials. So I just thought it might be interesting for you to see how the decisions are made, who's involved, what are the processes that are going on. So have a look at your PPN. And the work doesn't stop there. Local authorities are involved in a huge range of external organisations. So the regional assemblies, as you might expect, HSE forums, might surprise some of you, third level governing bodies until that changes in the not too distant future, education and training boards, which somebody said earlier have replaced the VECs, cross-border bodies, sports partnerships, drugs task force, river basin management committees, which brings people from various counties together, and other organisations like Údaráis na Gaeltachta and Ferber and the Gaeilge. So again, an illustration of the range of external bodies that your local authority is involved in to a greater or a lesser extent. So it's not just simple what goes on in City Hall. The tentacles are spread all over. So what might one conclude? First of all, that local government provides a forum, and a valuable forum, for local decision making. But the actions of the local authorities and the decision makers are framed by the obligations and the constraints that are set at central level. Then the second point I would like you to take home with you is that decision making in local government has clear roles, and I think by the end of today you're getting that for elected members, for public servants, for citizens and community organisations, so they're all involved. And a reminder that our councillors not only do their work in their own local authority, but that they are involved in the activities of the state agencies and the other external bodies like the regional assemblies. I'm sure there are people at your tables who are involved in some of these bodies. So, you know, at coffee time, they might share some of their experiences with you and so on. And overall, to remember that local government leads, first of all, the word lead being very important. Secondly, facilitates the coordination of services at local level. So power isn't totally concentrated in any one space. It's distributed over a number of actors, but some actors are more powerful than others. And as we go along, you're realizing that and so on. And like the ultimate question that we're dealing with is that if we suggest a directly elected mayor, you know, what format might that take and what relationship would there be with the other structures and the other actors that were there? And just a thought, I mean, it's been a long day and so on, but something struck me earlier when A was doing his Cinderella bit and talking about, somebody said, what about the ugly stepmother? But I'm actually thinking maybe the directly elected mayor might be Prince Charming. But if there's a gender-neutral royal term, Prince or Princess Charming. So hopefully that gives you a sort of understanding of the complexity, but also like the clarity of how the decisions are made. So again, Gaurav Mahaguiv, and I thought this was a nice quote or a reminder for us all. I certainly, Carl Fleischmann is an American, and I've always believed in local government, and I'd say by the fact that you're here, you do too, but it's no harm to get a reminder occasionally. So, Garamila Mahaguiv, and have a successful evening.
Brilliant, Garamila Mahaguiv. August, we'll call on now Professor O'Brien, please, to talk about funding and finance, who pays and how.
Great, thanks guys. I'm afraid I have no Cinderella-related images, so we'll just stick with the numbers, which in some ways is actually much less attractive. So for the next few minutes, I'll just sort of go through sort of the broad, and it really is a broad overview. So the whole area of government, or local government finance and local government funding, is quite complex, and it's something that will, given the nature of the Assembly's deliberations over the coming months, we'll be able to drill down to in much more detail. So this is really about giving you sort of the headline figures and sort of the headline categories. I'm just looking at Dublin City Council for illustrated purposes, okay, so that's not anything about South Dublin or Fingal or Dún Laoghaire-Rathdown. It was just easier to look at one local authority and provide sort of the pie charts and what it looks like there. So if we look at sort of our local government system, it's largely funded through four sort of categories of payment. Money from the local government fund, which I'll come back to, charges for goods and services, which we'll get into in some detail, specific state grants where the central state national government provides a grant to deliver a very particular service, and grant, A would have mentioned that earlier on. That's something we've seen more and more of, where central government is providing a very specific sum of money to deliver a very specific project. And it's, you could argue it's a way where the autonomy of the local authority system, the Irish local government system, has been reduced because you actually have these direct lines of accountability and funding to a central government department rather than through decisions made by local councillors at local council. And then finally, rates, which we can talk about in more detail. Now, I make the point there that making the budget is a reserve function. I should really say passing the budget is a reserve function. Given the complexity of the budget and the organisation, you could argue that the heavy lifting is done by the staff. A draft budget is presented to the council, and they go through the deliberations until it's passed. So while it is a reserve function, it's worth bearing in mind that when we talked earlier on about sort of, if you look at the expert knowledge within the staff cohort of the local authority system, they really are the ones who actually have probably the best idea of actually how the budget works. They've got the expert knowledge. And that's not a slight on the councillors. It's just the way any complex sort of local government decision-making system is probably likely to work. But it's worth thinking about that through over the coming weeks. Or sorry, the coming months and the coming sessions. So if you look at the local government fund, and so just a couple of things to bear in mind. The big chunk of change there looks 2016 is 1.8 billion. Now that changed in 2017, and the latest data we have is for 2020, and it's different because of COVID. So if you sort of broadly, local property taxes were about 25% of the sum. So that's all the local property tax collected in Ireland, going to government department and then brought back out. That's about 25%. It's now in 2020, the latest figures, it's just under, it's about 32%. So I think a 1.57 billion figure for the total local government fund in 2020 and about 481 million in local government or in local property tax. And the key issue there is that motor tax revenue, which used to go into the local government fund, now goes into central government. Okay, so motor tax revenues, which were a huge part of the local government system and income stream over many years. From 2017, they began to go directly into into central government. So it skews the figures a little. It's just sort of important to bear that in mind. You then have sort of direct payments from the Exchequer. When you look at charges for goods and services, so councils receive payments for services they provide, housing, rent, waste charges, parking charges, planning application fees, and many of those they're set locally, though some are fixed at a national level. If you think about the because there's issues about access to information and actually facilitating access to particular application processes. So you try and keep the fee low, but that's a direct source of income is through fees. And then we briefly mentioned already the sort of specific state grants, often around housing and road maintenance. And then we have rates. So there's an obligation to levy rates on properties in the authority area. Now, rates are an unusual form of fundraising. They're quite complex in terms of actually how the rates are set. We're really talking about commercial rates. Historically, we would have had domestic rates and agricultural rates. So we had a broader tax base for our local government system in 1977, I think operational in 1978. We saw domestic rates, we talked about being abolished, and we were sort of joking about it earlier on over coffee. They weren't really abolished. Just the money that was meant to was instead of going into local authorities and into central government, it was then to come back into local authorities. But over the years, that became less and less, and the same with agricultural rates. So the tax base of local authorities has been narrowing over decades. Okay, and that's important in terms of planning and investment. Your ability to actually plan forward in terms of actually having a very good idea of what your income stream is. You want a broad tax base, arguably, that sort of removes some of the uncertainty and instability in the economic cycle and variations in economic activity. So that rates issue, I'm sure it's something that will come up again and again over the next number of sessions. So if we just look at Dublin, and I know there's text and there's some very bad colours there. There's a website which we'll provide a link to you later on. Our colleagues in what's now the University of Galway, they actually look at every local authority and they look at their income and expenditure, and they provide much better pie charts than I've done. But just to give you a rough idea, just looking at Dublin, and bear in mind it's Dublin City Council, it's not the other three, but just for illustrative purposes, for 2022, the budget is 1.13 billion, so it's about just over €2,000 per person. Where's that money goes? You see it goes in housing, roads, water, development management, and really you're talking there about things like tourism, heritage, development enforcement, planning enforcement, environmental services. The big one there is actually fire. So the fire brigade in Dublin comes in on environmental services, street cleaning, litter cleaning, they all go in there. Then you have water, which is sort of planning for water services as much as water provision. Then things like your recreation and amenities, libraries, sports, outdoor parks, tourism, they all come under there. So fairly straightforward. We can plug into the detail in the coming sessions, but you get a fairly good idea, hopefully, of where the money is spent. But if we look at actually where the money is coming from, so just under a third of the income comes from commercial rates, 2% comes from local property tax. I should have actually done one of those questions earlier and said, how many people here think property tax pays more than 10% or 15%? It's a relatively small amount of money. And we are a bit of an outlier, and we can deal with that later on in sort of the deliberations, providing the data on actually where we're different in terms of how we do property tax. The goods and services we sell, so, really you're talking there about, again, parking fees, planning, rental income for local authority houses. Then you have the grants and subsidies, and we talked about those earlier on, about, direct grants from central government in terms of housing, building and roads. So I may leave it at that. Again, as I said, it's really high level. It's just to give you a breakdown of the categories that they make sense. We'll provide a link to sort of the national website, all the local authorities. You can access the data there. And I may just leave it at that and we'll go on into the session.
Thank you, Professor O'Brien, for that very informative data on funding and finance. And yeah, I found it really interesting how it's all broken down. So we're now going to move on to a Q&A, and then we move to the round table. So we'll have a Q&A to ask some questions on those two presentations. So I'll open it up to the floor. Thank you. Table 6, please.
Thank you very much, everybody, for that. I have a load of questions I'd love to ask, but we'll keep you here all day, so I won't. Just one quick comment, and I said earlier, I'm a county councillor from Dún Laoghaire-Rathdown County Council, and one of the issues that came up there is the budget for fire services, and that is an example of a budget, and in the past water was quite similar, where the four local authorities combined fund it, but it seems to be run and managed through Dublin City Council. And I'm just wondering, are the figures accurate in that sense, or does that include funding and contributions from the other three councils for joint services? That's the question I have. Thank you.
As far as I know, it's accurate, including sort of income from the other three to pay for it. So if you look at the other three local authorities, they won't have the same. Just there's not as much detail in the budget as as we'd like, but for today's session.
Thank you. We have a question from the table 3. Tim Olke, yeah, it's on its way.
Thank you. Thank you. I have a question in relation to Breed Quinn's presentation in relation to the audit committees on the council. Is the chair independent of the council, or is it a council appointment? Thank you.
No, certainly in Limerick it's always been a non-councillor, and that is the case, I think, in the other audit committees as well. It's an independent, one of the independent members that takes the chair.
Thank you. We've got table 10, 2 on table 10, and then over to table 4. Thank you.
Thanks very much. I'm Janice Boylan. I'm a councillor on Dublin City Council. And this is just to both of the speakers. I'm just interested to know what your top 3 opinions on the strengths and weaknesses of local government reform would be. If you would like to elaborate on it, I don't know whether you would, but it's just, obviously we're sitting here today to come up with the rhymes and the reasons of what needs to change in local government and how we can bring those changes about in relation to a directly elected mayor as well. We're all having that conversation sitting around this table. It's been very, very animated and it's been really interesting. So I'd just like to know what you think, if just even 1 or 2, one strength and one weakness of what local government, the current form of it is right now. Thanks.
I think there are people who know me know I'm rarely stuck for words. Strengths, I think it's actually, it generates a huge amount of public service. So I'm working with councillors, I guess, for about 25 years. And I found it an amazing experience. So I think it's actually full of very dedicated public servants, both officials and councillors. I think across the parties, I struggle to think of somebody who didn't actually put the public first. I think we have some very negative perceptions of politicians and local government. My experience has been the opposite. It's people going to, you know, meetings late at night in community halls or in, you know, family resource centres at 8 and 9 o'clock over something, who actually don't get a proper wage. So I think that's one of the great strengths. It's a great reflection on our republic that our, in essence, citizen politicians give so much. So I think that's a great strength. I suppose the weakness, I think there's a disconnect between taxation and expenditure in most citizens' mind. You know, there's an element of, we know something costs X, and then we're always shocked that it costs X, but actually it's a very real price and real cost, because these are expensive services. And then, well, how is that paid for? Well, it has to be paid for locally. Well, I'm not paying it. And I think that disconnect, I don't think it's more pronounced here than in maybe other countries, but I think we've met a difficult situation has actually become more complex because we've narrowed the tax base since the 70s, and I think that's a challenge for us. And maybe, so I'm not sure, I hope you've got my very strong positive. I'm not sure it's a weakness. I think it's just, it is a problem, primarily perceptual, we'll have to address.
Right. My positive would be, well, first of all, the devotion and the dedication shown by so many the elected councillors who seem to work, you know, if not 24/7, we'll say 22/7, and people think nothing of contacting them at the most unsociable hours. Plus, all the community people that are gradually getting involved in the workings of the local authorities, and that whole volunteerism on all parts, but also the adaptability that has been shown. I mean, this is 2022. Even since 2001, when there was a major local government act, the number of changes and then changes of those changes and changes of those changes which have happened, and each time the elected members and the administrators in the local authorities had to become familiar with those changes, adapt their practices to accommodate those changes, to meet the obligations that were coming from central government or different ways of making decisions and so on. So the adaptability and flexibility has been incredible when you're at the outside looking in. So, and I think sometimes we forget that because we're being hopefully constructively critical, but you know, it's good to focus and to recognise that adaptability and flexibility. And my negative almost comes from the same thing, the complexity. Now, I know everything about our lives has been changing and getting more complex in every aspect of our lives, home life, public life, and so on. But because of that complexity, not everybody would feel that they had the capacity or the self-belief to feel that they would be a good public representative because it has become such a complex role and so on. So I think that complexity is maybe a negative. Perhaps it needs a rethink of the way in which local authorities are staffed and laid out. And then that brings me to my next negative, which works for both the elected and the administrative streams. The lack of continuity sometimes. Reference has been made to the fact that the mayor is just there for a year and then it's somebody else, so you have all that learning experience for that person. The people who are being chaired by that person, again, have to get used to his or her style of leadership and so on that front. And I think the amount of change and lack of continuity that has happened among the staffing of our local authorities is incredible, and the way they have changed and been changed and had to change in certain ways. So there's no continuity, there's a loss of institutional history, and sometimes then the promotion system from my, and this is not with a scientific background, this is personal observation or so on, but often you have people put into jobs, good task people are put into jobs that involve dealing with people, and good people person are sometimes put into jobs that are more task orientated. So in an ideal world, I think the staff would be selected for their, or assigned because of their particular skills and talents and so on. And I think the same for the officerships held by elected councillors. For example, the allocation to committees. Am I allowed to vent some of my frustrations? Not really. No, but I know from audit committees, for example, that in the last round of appointments to audit committees, that there tended to be councillors who maybe had long service, which is a good thing, but some councillors who were not likely to be running the next time round, rather than maybe people who were new and so on. And the reason is there's no votes in being a member of the audit committee. Very few people know about the audit committee. The general public don't see your involvement in the audit committee. There's no votes for the audit committee. So the people that were directed towards the audit committee weren't going to be out vote catching, whereas other committees, there's competition for those committees because people want to be on the ones that are out in the public profile and getting their votes. So maybe you'll change that negative for me in the future.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Quinn. We're going to move on to the last roundtable discussion. So we have back at table 10, we have, I think it's Paul, and then we have over to table 9 with Sihu.
Thank you. My question was for Breed also. Two questions, quick questions. One is I'm just curious how long the term of the Dublin City Council CEO is, just as a general, is it 1 year, 2 years, 5 years? And the second question was in relation to your chart where you showed that local government is at the bottom and you put the president at the top. And I'm just curious in what context the president gets up there. Is it kind of pretty much symbolic? I think he can refuse legislation, but rarely if ever does that. I think he can refuse the dissolution of a government, but rarely if ever does that. So it's kind of just like, because you mentioned it's similar to Westminster, so it's kind of similar to the role of the Queen, right? They have power, but they don't really have power.
No. Well, answering the second question first, our president has more ceremonial power, but has certain power within the constitution. So it's he or she is the first citizen of the land. So I suspect it's for that reason that they get put at the top of the diagram. Whereas, from last Sunday, we are reminded that the president in France has a much more active role in politics and so on. So it depends on the system. So that is why there. The term of office of the CEO is, as far as I know, but I'll double check it for you, 5 years, but it's open to renewal, and they have to indicate that wish to have the term renewed quite a long time before they would be due to finish their term of office. It used to be 7, and it came down to 5, I think, but I'll double check it on you. Up here off the top of my head, so I'm prepared to eat humble pie if I'm wrong.
Yeah, we can ask that question, I think, Dr. Quinn, tomorrow when the chief executives are here.
Yes, ask him that one. And then you can either get me a large slice of humble pie or something else.
Thank you. Finally to table 9, please.
My name is Chad Huang. Just based on the finance and funding part, you see, local county council taking in money and taking tax and spending money. So what's the profit and loss balance sheet looks like, if they have 4 different local county council? So, is that an official figure we can know? And then also, I'm sure Dublin has a kind of a triple A credibility, credit rating in the international funding market. Is there any plan use more finance tools in the market, special international funding market, to borrow money and then spending on the budget of Dublin? Thank you.
Okay, I suppose maybe the first part, or the second part first, in terms of borrowing, local authorities have to get permission of the Minister for Local Government and then the Minister for Finance to borrow. So there's very limited borrowing. We have a very low sort of borrowing rate among our local authorities. I know there are suggestions about maybe like a Dublin or a new Dublin authority might go to the bond market. That, you know, there's an example used of Aberdeen, which went to the markets to borrow to fund infrastructural development, and that's been suggested. So I suppose the short answer, we have very little borrowing. It's built into the legislation that it's quite difficult. It has to go through to the ministers for sign-off. But there is definitely potential to do it. And the first part of the question...
Was it around the balance sheet, I think?
Oh, the balance sheet as the sort of a profit and loss. That's actually a very difficult one. They all, you know, I suppose really they're not allowed to lose money. The best way to frame that, I mean, I think you can't look at it like a business where it's out to make a profit, it's out to deliver services and not lose money. So, you know, they do provide for certain contingencies. So you could argue that they're always aiming for a surplus of income over expenditure because they have to provide for contingencies. But like COVID has shown, like I suppose you could argue, COVID is a really interesting example where you had a collapse in certain income streams. So, you know, commercial rates, there was rates waivers, but certain expenditure still has to be met, so extra money had to come from central government. So that idea of a profit and loss, it doesn't really translate across into the local authorities, which I'm not sure is a good enough answer, but...
Yeah. Two little things that one thing to add to that is that if a council fails to agree a budget by a certain date, the minister can take over. So sometimes you hear of council meetings going on until 11:56 on the date in question before the final agreement is reached just before midnight. And I think there might have been a Dublin example in recent years. And then I just want, with regard to the loans and so on, about 2 years ago, Limerick City and County Council was, I think it was the first local authority that borrowed money from the IMF, and there were a lot of processes and agreements and negotiations that took place beforehand, but that was the first time that a local authority borrowed from the IMF, and it was for a specific project which is being developed in Limerick at the moment.
Thank you very much. And Breed did mention the word flexibility and adaptability a few moments ago, so I'm going to be flexible and adaptable. Last question, table 6.
Hi, my name is Lesia. I have a simple question about how is control being executed on each level? Is it external organization? Is it internal organization? Is control being, like monitoring control being brought over in some form of advice or observation? Thank you. I mean controlling activities of each of the sector. Do they do it themselves, or is it somebody like external experts which are doing it?
You have a combination of things, I suppose. Start at the centre. There's very strong central control over expenditure and very clear reporting obligations and so on. So every council has to present accounts and present expenditure on specific issues and so on. Then you have you have a national organisation called the National Oversight and Audit Committee, NOAC, which was set up some years ago. Their website, if you want to visit it, has analysis of spending in different local authorities and analysis of spending on particular topics. There's a local government audit service run by the department at the centre. So each year, for example, the local government auditor comes to each local authority, having examined the reports that they've set, checks, does it checks and balances, and then one of our audit committee meetings will always be with that local government auditor. So you have the interaction between the central level of oversight and the local level of oversight, which would take the form of the audit committee. And of course, each individual local authority will have various financing staff, and they also may have external, some have internal auditors, and some have opted to have firms like strong system of checks and balances. Now, very occasionally something slips beneath all of that, but I was chairperson of the first audit committee in Limerick, and at the end of the meeting I'd always ask all the people that were there, and particularly the people from the authority, is there anything that should be coming between me and my night's sleep? But I must say I didn't have to lose any night's sleep, because there are good systems of checks and balances in place. Jerry, do you want to?
No, I agree completely. But I think you'd see that even with our national public agencies, that relationship between the central department and the central auditing function and the local auditing function, and then independent members of the audit and risk committee. Actually, I think it's worked really well. There are occasional slips, but on balance, it's a system that's actually served us very well and worked well.
Great. Give you a round of applause, please, to Breed and Derek. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. So we're now going to move into our last session, which will be a roundtable discussion. Could you just ask everybody to stand up, please, just for a moment? For this the Dublin football team now, I'll be asking you one last push. We're in the last quarter of the game. The game is in the balance. So I'm going to ask you to make, before I do, you have 20 minutes. It's now 10 to. We'll finish at 5:10, and I'll wrap up in 3 minutes, and we'll be finished by a 5:15. So could you all make just one lap of your table and go clockwise? Let's see how that works. One lap of the table clockwise. Clockwise. That's anti-clock. Maybe we're in the northern hemisphere, by the way. I think some of you are from Australia. So thanks very much. Over to facilitators, and we'll catch up in 20 minutes. Thank you. You've sacrificed enough today. And what we'll do is tomorrow morning, when we get back here, we'll have a short video to commence ourselves at 9:30. Really, it's going to be really good fun to watch that. And then we'll have a 15-minute session to give you the feedback from this afternoon session. So we'll do a plenary as we did one today, and then we'll meet tomorrow with the 4 chief executives of the four local authorities, which again will be really interesting. And just before we break, we'll have Dr. A. Quinlan talking to us about why a directly elected mayor and the challenges, the risks, the benefits, and the opportunities, which is a really, really nice way to finish the proceedings. So the Dublin Citizens Assembly ship, it's out of the harbour and onto the high seas. And just to maybe to look a little back to port and what was our purpose when we launched this morning. If we look at our terms of reference again, just to remind ourselves, and have we stayed true to those terms of reference? So from the House of the Oireachtas, they said that the Citizens Assembly, to be known as the Dublin Citizens Assembly, shall be convened to consider 1, the type of directly elected mayor, and 2, local government structures best suited for Dublin, and to bring forward proposals in that regard. So I think we have stayed true to those principles and to those terms of reference. If we haven't, and if I'm not serving you, you just need to let me know and let Art know, and we'll change the course of the ship to get us back on track. So always, and that document remains at the forefront of my thoughts when I'm out here at the table and I'm trying to steer the ship. So I'd just like you to thank you for your attention today. There was a lot to take on in day one. In some ways, there was a lot of hose piping. We were talking about fire service earlier on. But you did really superbly, and I've been but impressed with the level of engagement, the enthusiasm, the energy in the room, and indeed your knowledge and the experts that we have from the 67 citizens. It complements really nicely the 12 councillors who have been outstanding today as well, so thank you one and all for that. St. Augustine said that the higher your structure needs to be, the deeper must be its foundation. And today is really important foundation work to allow us to build the knowledge and get the skills to become experts as best we can on these matters associated with the type of directly elected mayor, so we can collectively deliver for Dublin. So before we retire for the evening, I just want to make a few brief acknowledgements. And I would like to acknowledge and recognise the attendance of our national broadcaster today, RTE. It is really of significant importance that RTE sent one of their senior political broadcaster, Coleman O'Sullivan, and cameraman Owen Corcoran, who remained with us on site, who have attended all of the sessions, and they're still alert as they were this morning, so I'm very impressed. So please give them a round of applause. And the reason I want to acknowledge that is because Professor O'Brien did speak about this morning about the importance that local authority matters gained media attention. So we appreciate Coleman's and Owen's attendance with us today. So please bring back our appreciation to your head of the department, and please to the RTE Director General, Dee Forbes. Thanks again. Tarina Kavanagh, the duty manager, and Matthew Ryan, the general manager, to your staff in the Grand Hotel. We see you again tomorrow and this evening, but thank you for your superb hospitality and care, and to create that safe space that we spoke about this morning. Thank you. To Art, our General Secretary, and to Art and your team for your preparation, and indeed your guidance and assistance for me this afternoon, and indeed for all of us. Thank you very much again. I'd like to thank our guest speakers for their contributions. Dr. Ruth McManus on her excellent presentation on the geography of Dublin. I found that really interesting this morning. And again to Mr. Roddy Driver, that was flawless Doyle. Really thought Roddy was superb and gave us a great flavour of what it means to be a Dubliner. To our expert advisory group, I'll name them and we might give them a round of applause afterwards, to Dr. Breed Quinn, Dr. Derek O'Brien, Dr. Jane Souter and Dr. A. O'Quinlan. Your presentations were informative. They really contained the right level of information, and your expertise as lecturers really shone through today to keep us engaged, and the answers to your questions have added significantly, for me anyway, to our understanding. So please give our expert panel a round of applause. So, with 60 seconds to go, my closing remarks are to you, the members of Tinol Saronach, the Baile Clia, the gathering of free people from Dublin. This Citizens' Assembly would not exist but for your volunteerism and your commitment to public service. And can I once again thank you for agreeing really to put your hand up and to take part. Everything has a price. Everything has a price, and you sacrificed your time to be away from your family and your friends today. But I hope you've made new friends and who have a common purpose with you today. And now I'd like to break records, and collectively you've set one today. The record you set was a reflection of your dedication not only to the deliberative democracy process, but how much you hold Dublin to your hearts. So there was 100% attendance. That's 100%. For those who indicated that they would be here today, they arrived. And that's a remarkable statistic and has never happened before at a Citizens' Assembly. You also, by the way, had all your surveys in on time, which, without a reminder, which again I believe is a first. Yeah, so please give yourselves a round of applause. The arrangements for this evening are reception at 6 p.m., 6:30 should I say, in the Griffith Lounge. We've dinner at 7 in the Coast Restaurant, and we look forward to meeting you all, and I look forward to meeting you all in a more social gathering. So have a wonderful evening. Back tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock, 9:30 sharp. Gorimila Mahagokalair. There's my phone number, my Citizens' Assembly phone number, bottom right-hand corner. So if you have any thoughts, concerns, ideas over you wake up at 3 in the morning with a great idea and spring up, I know you will. Well, just send me a text. I mightn't answer you, but I certainly will talk about it tomorrow. Have a wonderful evening. See you tomorrow morning or this evening. Thank you.